My name is Tarisai Gorande. I am the Managing Director of Cultivate Ventures. I'm super excited to be hosting and moderating this panel in what I believe is one of the most critical conversations that's happening at the Africa House this year. So I want you to just picture this. So Africa, with 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land, could feed itself and much of the world. However, we know that today, Africa remains a net importer of food, and an estimated 140 million people face acute food insecurity. We also know that by 2050, it is anticipated that Africa will be home to about 2.5 billion people, and that's nearly a quarter of the world's of the global population. In a world that's increasingly strained by food insecurity, whether it is due to conflicts or climate change, the need for targeted action to strengthen the agribusiness sector is even more critical. So the question is not whether Africa can feed itself and the world. It is whether we can act decisively to make it happen. In this room, we have the thinkers, the leaders and the decision makers who can turn this vision into reality. Over the next hour or so, we'll discuss not just the what, but the how. And the how is how can we leverage technology, partnerships, and bold strategies to transform Africa into the global food basket of tomorrow. We will have time for questions at the end, so I do highly encourage you guys to, as you listen to the discussion, think about any questions that you'd like to ask. And with that, I would like to introduce our esteemed panel. I'll kick off with Amma Vohar, the founder and CEO of Ikigai Ventures, Alicius Attar, the CEO and co-founder of Farmline Group. We're waiting for Ndidi Nweli. She's running a little bit behind, but she's the CEO of the One campaign. We also have Adam Roble, who is the Director General of the Somali Development and Reconstruction Bank. And finally, I know I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of your name, but Geneviève, yeah, my French awful, founder and CEO of Agriculture. So I'll let our panelists give very brief introductions to themselves and would love them to also share what got them into this discussion. So, Ahmad, would you like to kick off the introductions?
Good morning. Thank you all for yeah. So I have multiple hats. My main hat is running a single family office, investing into businesses that are catalysts for change in 3 areas. More around sustainability, fintech, which is really financial inclusion, which have applications within Africa. And the third is future work, which also includes technology software businesses built out for the future. And then we're LPs into funds, mainly investing into Africa. But we started off in Kenya and Tanzania. So we're a 3rd generation East African Asian family. Still in coffee. We're a family business, still run by the family, completely vertically integrated, farming in Tanzania, processing, but then also roasting and exporting roasted coffee and green coffee out. And we diversified 15 years ago into macadamia, and now we're one of the biggest macadamia producers in Tanzania. So we are very much tied to agriculture. For many years, we've been working with smallholders, buying coffee, buying parchment from them. But increasingly, it's my brother now working with the Tanzanian Coffee Board to try and increase coffee production within Tanzania. So we're very much tied to everything that's going on.
Thanks for sharing. I'm so happy to be here. Great opportunity to be in the Africa House. So my name is Aloysius, co-founder of Farmline Group and also the CEO. Specifically what we do, we were founded about 11 years ago with $600 from a coding bootcamp in Accra. And the mission has been the same, to create lasting profit for farmers. Our focus has been on profit because that's what farmers are able to use to invest in their farm and their families. And what Farmline does, we do 3 main things. We offer training, we leverage digital tools to offer training to farmers. We finance them to get access to fertilizer and seeds. We help them to sell their crops, but then we also offer the insights and a platform to large food companies that are working on the continent. So Hershey, Barry Callebaut, And together with all these partners, we work in over 50 countries with 2.2 million farmers. Thank you. And why I'm interested in this topic?
More like what got you
what got
this
me
topic?
To it? Not by choice. Most people, if you don't grow up in the capital city in most of the cities in Accra, in Africa, you will be on a farm. And that's been my story. I grew up on a farm. My aunt was a small scale farmer. So they will drag me to the farm on the weekend, against my will. And I hated it. And I was trying to get away from agriculture. So when I got into college, I decided to teach myself how to code so that I can go and work for a software company. And I ended up creating a software company to help farmers. And then I ended up in agriculture. So that's how I got in. Thanks.
I love how sometimes the things that you run away from are the things that draw you back. So Didi, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Apologies for being late.
No.
I came from clusters and we were held up at the checkpoint for 40 minutes. So my name is Ndidi Muneli. I'm the president and CEO of the One Campaign. It's a global advocacy organization that fights for the investments to ensure economic opportunity and healthier lives in Africa. Clearly, if you want economic opportunities and growth, agriculture and food is a natural entry point where we work across the world and partner with G7 countries as well as African nations to ensure this catalytic change. And our vision is that Africa is an equal player on the global economic landscape. Prior to assuming this role, I was a serial social entrepreneur in the food and agricultural landscape as the co-founder of Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition, which works across Africa, co-founder of Ace Foods, an agro-processing company that makes spices and complementary foods, and founder of African Food Change Makers, which is a community of entrepreneurs in 40 African countries. Why did I get into this? Agriculture was my favorite subject in high school. My parents are both professors, so I actually thought I'm not going to become an agriculture major. But when I moved to the US at 16, I was confronted by this image of Africa being a hungry child and poverty, being a female farmer from Africa. And these images really made me very angry because it's a single story, and the danger of a single story, as my friend Chimamanda likes to say, is that it really removes agency from us. And so I committed to creating wealth on the continent by empowering entrepreneurs in the ag and food ecosystem, not only by supporting them, but also launching initiatives that can serve as catalysts and really change narratives.
Thanks, Didi.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be here and to share the platform with these wonderful CEOs and leaders. My name is Adam Roble, and I am the Director General of the Somali Development and Reconstruction Bank. The bank was established back in 1968, soon after the country got its independence. Unfortunately, it is operations in 1990 after the long civil war that happened in the country for about 15 to 20 years. The bank used to provide long-term loans and medium-term loans to the productive sector of the country. And the productive sector in Somalia is the agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and energy, basically, which is a very important enabler in Somalia. So how did I got into the development bank? Before the development bank, I was a member of the National Economic Council of Somalia, where I was advocating for, basically I was a policymaker. So, the country was very much dependent on external grants, which was mainly used by the government to finance its daily operations. So in 2023, the country got a debt relief under the HIPIC initiative of the IMF. And the question that every economist in the country was asking himself was, what are we going to do after the country secures the debt relief program? Because we will be having the opportunity to access conventional financing and, a lot of other resources, globally. So there was a need for an institution that can invest those funds that the country will access into the productive sectors of the country. So I was one of those policymakers who were lobbying for the revival of the bank so that it can play its role of providing financing to the agriculture and to the other productive sectors of the country. So I was named the Director General of the bank a year or so ago. And since then, we were busy restructuring the bank, conducting all those sectoral studies that will, help us to finance the productive sectors. And today, I think we are financing for the first time, I think for 35 years in Somalia, we are giving out the first loan program to the agriculture sector, which is very much underfinanced in Somalia.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. So my journey has been very interesting. I am the CEO and founder of AgriLedger, and AgriLedger was a project. It's more than a project. It was a solution using technology to really sort of bring in that whole idea of blended financing. How can you create better trust? So this was a project done in Haiti with the World Bank, where we involved the smallholder farmers. But this was actually before this whole idea of NFT. But how do they retain ownership further down the value chain? And you remove the intermediaries that are unnecessary. So you still do have everything such as transportation, transformation, marketing, but those are really more service that have been provided to the smallholder farmers. And it takes time for them to actually realize that they have that ownership, but they always knew that they had the risk to the quality. So we did the project in Haiti, and it doesn't take much to know what's happening in Haiti. We have no government, we have no governance, and the level of insecurity is tremendous. Actually, when prior to starting my journey in Haiti, I was speaking to AfricSim, and I did a paper for them right before COVID around the whole agriculture sector. And believe it or not, it's as high as oil for Africa, the value of food. But again, this is something where you need to deal with everything from infrastructure, financing, and how do we also create better value chain closer to source? And that is where we're getting involved. So I'm still looking at the technology, because blockchain technology allows you to distribute information and create trust of the information, which then can start looking at risk profile and pricing, creating actually a good understanding of what is available in country, what are the financing, who are the individual, and then getting to the right market. For the American market, that's what's needed in order to bring investment. It's de-risking that idea and providing that view. So we're starting to work in, a commodity which is very much loved by the US, which is cashew nuts. The US buys 80% of the world. Starting in Ivory Coast, which is the largest producer, where 92% of it is actually processed in Asia, in Vietnam, and in India. So how can you create that opportunity, bring the investment that is needed, and then assure the product that is reaching the US is the right one, and bring the price differential to those farmers? I mean, I'm just going to use as an example the cocoa issue. Cocoa is about 10,000 a ton. Let's not fool ourselves. If the farmer is getting 100 a ton, he's getting a lot of money.
And I think with that, I would like to kick us off into the first part of this discussion, which is Africa's food basket potential. So again, looking at the big picture, Africa's agribusiness potential is unmatched. We all know that. But realizing it requires that we balance the global ambitions with local food security. And I would like us to talk about what some of those critical steps that are needed to ensure that we're positioning Africa as both a global food exporter and a champion for equitable growth. And Didi, would love to start with you. So global hunger remains, again, one of the most greatest challenges of our time. What are your thoughts on how Africa's agribusiness transformation can contribute to ending global food insecurity while ensuring justice and equity for the local communities?
Thank you so much. So I wrote a book a few years ago called Food Entrepreneurs in Africa, Scaling Resilient Agriculture Businesses. And I wrote that book because I really was committed to doing exactly what you talked about, ensuring food sovereignty in Africa, ensuring that we can not only feed ourselves, but feed the world. And trust me, from my work on the ground, it is possible. I mean, I've seen glimpses of what we can achieve. And what frustrates me as an entrepreneur is the critical role of an enabling environment. So I'll say number one is an enabling environment. What we've seen in many of our contexts is this tussle between export-led growth and food sovereignty, food self-sufficiency. And prioritizing value chains that allow for both is what many governments get wrong. And so in Nigeria, I served as the chair of the Vision 2025, 2030 for foods and agriculture and rural development. And what we realize is that every successive minister prioritizes different value chains, often linked to very bad advice from external sources. And I don't know why we keep depending on international consultants who don't have a clue what's going on in the country or in our continent, but also kind of this misplaced sense of what the world needs. And I think we really need to move away from commodity trading, which is what we've done in the ag and food landscape, to value addition in our countries, where when you're engaged in value addition, the global price of a product doesn't shift you because you are really maximizing what you can gain from it. And so in the Nigerian context, should we prioritize cassava? Because we're naturally endowed for it. It's not only a food crop, it's a cash crop, it's an industrial product, and it's a substitute for flour and lots of imports. Definitely rice, and West Africa can be self-sufficient in rice. Rice is a politically charged value chain, lots of corruption because of major trading companies, but it's one where there's no business that Africa has importing rice. Number three is obviously tomatoes because and soya and maize, I would say. Those allow us to do both industrial production and import substitution. And then when we talk about exports, ginger, we're naturally endowed for ginger. We've talked about cashews. We've talked about there's tremendous potential in millet and acha and all of those specialty crops. And that prioritization is critical. But an enabling environment that allows us to thrive in those sectors, protects our local economies is critical. The second is financing. And when we talk about financing, it has to be patient, catalytic capital. It has to leverage innovation and technology and data, and it has to be deployed equitably to both men and women. And I want to bring up the gender piece because unfortunately, women continue to be excluded across the entire value chain because of access to land, access to collateral. And many African countries, only 10% of the land is owned by women, which affects their ability to serve as primary producers, to scale. And logistics, we call them middlemen. We don't talk about middle women. And logistics is huge in agriculture, right? So, I mean, gender equity is critical. Windows for young people is critical. So financing is key. And then third, if I had to pick another one, is really know-how. Why haven't we invested in processing? Because unfortunately, our economies have been built for export and primary production. We started a food company, and I have to tell you, it was one of the toughest things to do is just process basic spices and snacks in Nigeria. Many people thought, why are you doing that? Just import and repackage. It's much easier to make money. It's less risk. And then the foreign companies in the country like Nestle, Unilever said, oh, we import our spices. We can't find high quality here. So we started B2B. That was the easiest way. Unilever became our biggest customer. They didn't know we could get turmeric and ginger at the highest qualities in Nigeria. Through Ace Foods, we have proved that you can source locally, process for the local market, displace imports, and build a high-value company. And it's profitable, it's scaling, and it's run by Nigerians for Nigeria. And of all the companies I've started, and I've started many, that's the one I'm most proud of. Because when you start a food processing company in Africa, not only are you hiring lots of people, many of them first-time job seekers, you're providing a warm meal for them, health insurance, and you can see their lives transformed. Then you're influencing the value chain. We source from 10,000 farmers. We have about 2,000 women in our distribution channel. So your catalytic role in the ecosystem is massive. So I encourage many of you to think about local processing and and think about displacing imports.
And I really love how in all of that, you've kind of packaged a lot of the critical topics that I think aren't even touched. And obviously not being biased here, but I feel like in Africa, you never really hear about female farmers. They just seem to do the hard work, but they're never really at the forefront. And I really also want to latch on to the point you raised about creating that enabling environment, right? And seeing kind of that potential, but also continuing on the conversation around financing. Love to turn it over to you, Adam. And let's, if you could please share how organizations like yourselves can help accelerate Africa's transition into becoming that global food powerhouse.
Actually, when it comes to the enablers, in agriculture development, I think financing is one of the huge gaps that exist in Africa. I think statistically speaking, the agriculture sector receives, on average, in every African country, less than 5% of the total financing portfolio made by the banks. In some countries, the SMEs are very much grown from that level of microfinancing, and they cannot access, bank credit. So they are lost in between. In Somalia, that is even worse. Actually, in our country, 70 to almost 80% of the total financing portfolio of the banks and the microfinance institutions goes to merchandise financing. So we reinforce the import of food, of electronics, of construction equipment, and that leaves the country, very much dependent on imports. And, that is why almost every country in Africa has this huge trade deficit. In Somalia, only 2% of the total financing portfolio goes to agriculture. Just 2%. And you can understand how huge that financing gap is. And then we are talking about a sector that is very much the greatest employer of the country. So by only giving 2% of the financing portfolio, it means you are not giving almost 60% of the young people, or to 70% of the young people, male and female, the opportunity to, run businesses, to survive in their own local environment. And then you see people displacing internally from the rural areas into the cities. So this actually became a very vicious trap that, people cannot go out of it. So what we understood basically is, why are banks not financing to the agriculture sector? In the lenses of a banker, you can just say, okay, they perceive these sectors to be too risky. So what to be done? Actually, that is where I believe the development institutions in Africa can play a huge role, because a private commercial bank will just look at the profit side of things. They will not risk, taking, for example, like this huge risk that they are very sure will force them to lose some capital in the process. So what we are basically doing is to initiate a de-risking program in those sectors, not just the fisheries, but also the productive sectors at large. So we introduced public funds, as did a set patient capital, guarantee schemes, first loss capital financing, both to the SMEs and, of course, business support services that encourage the people to actually go into the agriculture. A commercial bank will not just do that out of, kindness, but, a bank with a development agenda, impact financier can actually do that. So we can pull together all the necessary capital to actually turn the attention of the public to invest in the agriculture sector. So what we were basically doing at the beginning was to encourage people and the banks themselves to introduce financial products that can be structured into a patient capital. In Somalia, we have a unique case because we are a Muslim country, which means the financial products in that country must be Sharia compliant, which is even very much more difficult. In our financial sector, there is only one dominant product. It's called murabaha. And it is very convenient in trade financing only. And by trade, I mean the imports, simply. So even if, so the risk exists is not only like, taking the risk as it is, but also having the courage to structure financial product that is tailored to the agriculture, for example, to the fisheries, for example. And the banks don't want to be that creative. They don't want to, take that effort and, develop all those financial products. But we can do that. And then what we can do basically is actually we can give those products even to the commercial banks, to the private microfinance institutions, and tell them this is how this product works. And based on that product, we can provide the attached guarantee schemes so that they can implement those products. So those products will be mainly tailored to the agriculture, to those sectors. That will actually remove all this, barrier to accessing credit, more so for the SMEs. So that actually, I think, is the biggest role that we can play as development financial institutions. Now we have started a conversation between SDRP, the Somali Development and Reconstruction Bank, Uganda Development Bank, Nigeria Development Bank, and we as a bank actually lobbying for to create that sort of platform to learn from one another, to actually share products, share models, and all those things. So I think that is the role that development institutions can play.
Yeah, I know, right? There you go. I feel like just that, the fact that you mentioned that only 2% of financing goes to agribusiness, I think just highlights why this is so critical. And Amma, with your venture capital hat, I'd love to hear what you think the role of venture is, again, in positioning Africa as a leader in this space.
So one of the things we're doing within the family office is trying to find good businesses and technologies that actually we can take and reuse in Africa. So we're investing directly into companies there. But what we've done in just one company where I'm the CEO of, which I started last year, which is focusing on using everything that's happening in the financial world and fintech, especially around digital assets, but tying it to very easy, accessible KYC and identity to do financial inclusion on the ground. So to a point where it's as easy for a farmer anywhere in a rural environment, or even people working around a cooperative don't have to be literate, to access very simple financial inclusion. We've had M-Pesa in East Africa, but the next level is to add things like insurance, savings, loans. How do we do that? And it'll be tied to identity. So we built from one of our other portfolio companies a way to do that. And it's a company called Swiss Fortress. We're going to roll it out across East Africa initially. And it's a vehicle that we can give out into the continent where farmers can then now start saving. They can probably insure their crops. You can do parametric insurance for the crops in case something happens. So, these are the kind of the enabling technologies we see as really vital for the continent. And we're bringing our own background and what we're seeing and trying to do little things. The other area where we're doing it is processing. So primary, we're farmers as a family business, but how do we do secondary processing? Why are we exporting green coffee out from East Africa, for example? So 10 years ago, we started roasting coffee in East Africa and exporting around the local periphery of East Africa, so from Tanzania to Kenya. But now we're bringing our roasted coffee to Europe and the US. But we're branding it, trying to position ourselves as farm-grown, locally sourced, value added within the continent. And now we're doing that also with other crops such as macadamia. So we're trying to be vertically integrated, trying to be very conscious about what we're doing. But by doing so, we have a huge number of people we're bringing on our farms. We have a lot of extra staff, a lot of people working. So we're really adding value to the community and the social fabric around what we do. So those are a couple of things. But there are other areas such as, I'm chairman for a company doing using blockchain technology, basic for supply chain management. And there are opportunities with regulation changing in places like Europe around, I think it's forestry and deforestation, but you can actually tie the knowledge that we have on the ground to add value add to local source products. So there are different ways where we can really differentiate and really use technology and the identity from farm all the way to consumer to add value. And I think this is where there's lots of opportunities as investors to try and work with companies on the ground, but also bring technologies in where we can work with local distributors and local entrepreneurs as well.
I love how this segues to Genevieve's your focus around the whole blockchain and ledger, especially as we think about trust and efficiency in the value chains and how critical they are to ensure that they're meeting global standards and regulations. I'd love for you to share your thoughts around how we can ensure that African agricultural products gain that credibility that's needed to access the larger markets.
So, interestingly, it was very interesting to hear Nidhi's speaking about the value chain creation. And also, one of the things that I've done lately is I've taken a step back and sort of said, when we keep thinking technology is the beginning and the end, but we also need to look at the infrastructure and the impact. What is the community want as an impact, and what is the ability of that community to actually accept this change? So we have to think of change as a continuum rather than, okay, I know this is good. No, rather, what's your problem? And then bring what's good. So another aspect that I heard was this idea that we go to international organizations and we ask them, what can we do to improve our agriculture? So right now, there's a lot of people coming in to tell Africa how to grow rice. Mm-hmm. And you're spending money on the rice, but you're not on that study, but you're not looking at what is the catalytic change in terms of climate. What is the value chain? So yes, you have your local, but value chain for Africa is not Europe and Asia and America. It's actually Africa. So how can we create that cross and then eventually bring that financing in? Because what I'm looking for is to create data, be it identity data, information about insurance, what is being transported where, and the banking, what are the loans that have been put out that then gives us information that can get you to a real pricing or a real understanding, even as a government, of what is a quantity. An example I like to use is about 2 years ago, India closed their borders and said, if you don't have the rice on the boat, it's not going out. Why? Because the price of rice had gone up. So they were trying to bring the local price down. Actually, they miscalculated. Price didn't go down, and India lost about 20-30% of their market as a result. So we want to be able to work with government and also individual and understanding where do you put in the transformation. It doesn't need to be, Africa has a great thing called Africa. It does not need to be in every country you're processing it, but can you make it sense where it's being processed and how the distribution is going to be being done?
And I think on that topic of technology and innovation, and things like, the digital platforms and precision farming, etc., and their power to revolutionize agribusiness. Alicius, I know that with Farmerline, you work with a lot of small scale farmers. How are you ensuring that the farmers have access to some of these digital tools and platforms that are needed to drive for them to thrive in the modern agribusiness landscape?
So earlier I mentioned I grew up on a farm. And basically what I meant was, you support your parents on the weekend, you go to school during the weekdays. And I've seen how, my aunt, who was a farmer, work all year, but still not have money. And since then, I told myself, as a child, I'm like, I'm going to grow up, go to school, get a job and make money and then help her. But when I got to college, I realized that, I could use all my skill set to help. And the mission has been very clear. Let's help small farmers make money. I think we should be using that word, that phrase very often. Not just income to survive, but wealth creation. Because when you ask farmers, they don't want to survive, they want to thrive. They want to create wealth. Then the first step of wealth creation in agriculture is just, understanding the risk. In Ghana, for instance, like last year alone, there was drought. A lot of our farmers lost their crops, and that affected their ability to pay us back. So the first thing is just like making sure that, while we focus on helping farmers to understand the opportunity, helping them to understand the risk is very important as well. And the way we do it is just leveraging digital tools, right? So basically simple mobile phones that doesn't require access to internet, that can make a phone call. We try to give information to them in their native language, right? We have about 59 languages in Ghana. Nigeria has 200. The whole of Africa has about 3,000. Giving information to people in the language that they understand is very critical. Research has it that if you give people information in the language they understand, adoption goes up by 60%. Today, all the content about farming well mostly is online. It's in PDF in places that farmers cannot access. So we break that down for them to access. That's the first step. So when they know what to do, they understand the risk. The next step is for them to actually go into farming. For them to do it, they need access to financing. All the tools and stuff that they need to succeed has already been invented, right? So irrigation from Kickstart, high quality seed. All these things are already there. We know they are there, but the biggest challenge has been around access to financing. Ghana, for instance, banks still they operate on collateral. So they will ask a farmer to bring collateral to access loan. The challenge is that a lot of the farmers are still farming on family lands. They don't own it. So by virtue of that, they are just systematically taken away from the financial system. And what we try to do is, and we've, I remember our first credit scoring model was just an Excel file that just was calculating how much crops farmers were selling in prior years, and then just having an assumption about how much they will grow in the current year, and then giving them money. We've evolved over the years to look at agricultural data, but then also climate data as well. We deployed $40 million on top of that. It was really painful. Imagine deploying $40 million. You borrowed money from DFIs in dollars, interest rate in dollars, in a country where inflation is around 70%, currency only goes in one direction, 60% against the dollar. And then you deploy $40 million, it's really, really painful, but it's very critical. We don't intend to be a bank, but what we're trying to do with that is just to prove that when you can use alternative data sources to deploy capital, you can get about 96% recovery, although very painful. At times, some of the farmers are they're very difficult. So, some can run away with the money, but the goal is to show the market opportunity so that financial institutions can come in. And we're very, very happy to see the likes of ABSA, South African Bank, EcoBank, now coming in to try and deploy capital to farmers in our network off balance sheet. For us, that's a win. And we hope we can take this to many other places. The second thing after getting access to the information, financing to farm is access to good markets where they can sell and make money. If farmers cannot make money from their crops, they will not pay you back your loan. So if you're a financial institution, you're giving loans to farmers and they don't have access to good market, there's a reason why people do cocoa, right? Cocoa, the price is somehow regulated, right? But if you look at the things that we eat mostly, like corn, rice, some few countries in West Africa import about $3 billion worth of rice every year. While we have the ability to grow rice as well, generating market is very, very key. We are seeing a small change in Ghana where the government is beginning to promote it's beginning to encourage more people to promote to consume made in Ghana rice, and that's beginning to help a lot. But we still import so much rice from Vietnam and Thailand. In some cases, when they bring the rice from Vietnam, Thailand, and get to Ghana, it's actually more cheaper than rice grown in Ghana, right? So trying to find ways to make that make the pricing competitive would then encourage farmers to farm more, would then create more market, and by then making farmers to farm more. One other thing to also keep in mind is all these things cannot be solved by one organization. Trust me, we tried. We've been at this for 12 years. I remember when we started the company, I was very confident we were going to be the end all be all for farmers. And slowly over time, we became really, really humble that you can't be the company that buys all the trucks. You can't be the company that builds the warehouses. You can't be the companies that offers real precise extension services to farmers. It's going to require a team sport. And the way we've navigated that is collaboration with more NGOs, collaboration with governments. For me, I learned that during COVID, I realized that, for you to scale anything in agriculture, you have to find a way to work with government. It's now a strategy for us to embrace government, because they're not going to go anywhere. When things go really, really hard, like during COVID in Ghana, like the government was the only institution with the balance sheet to go to the IMF and other people to raise $1 billion to invest in agriculture. So they are a necessary evil. We have to find a way to work with them. So the way we think of working with government is that when you think of the health sector, there's a lot to learn. In the health sector alone has digitized about 30% of the world's data. In agriculture has done only 3%. How did they do that? They did that through partnership. Look at how they invented, like in 911. It was invented in 1960. Today, anywhere around the world, mostly in the US, you can call a helpline and get access to services. Can we do the same for agriculture? When you look at FICO, like many people around the world can get access to credit without the need for collateral. They just leverage data. Can we do the same for agriculture? It's going to require collaboration between NGOs, government, and also private sector. We are beginning to see some traction on that, and we hope we can be able to, take it to many more countries. Just to summarize, 3 things are required, like, giving information to farmers in the language that they understand, in the context that they understand, offering them, financing, not just financing, right? So, for instance, when you give, we've experimented giving money to farmers, and they've used it for other things. We've experimented giving them fertilizer without and not teaching them how to use it well, and some of the farmers kept the fertilizer for a year. We've experimented giving them information, fertilizer without market access. They still defaulted. The 3 must go together: good information, affordable finance, also the services that is required, fertilizer, seeds, irrigation, all that must be provided, like hand-holding. Every year for us, like, we are doubling down. Last year was really tough. I'm going to be really honest. We just didn't see many things coming, right? We give weather forecasts to farmers to plan, but we didn't leverage the weather forecast in our credit scoring process. So we deployed capital, and because it didn't rain, it affected recovery. Because it didn't rain, even our best customers change behavior. That's something that we just didn't anticipate. So all those things must be taken into consideration if we want to drive more and more investment into agriculture. Because I truly believe commercial capital is one of the ways to go. Obviously, philanthropic capital is very needed to build, the ground floor and all those things, but we need commercial capital to be able to scale, all the things that we need in agriculture. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I love about organizations like, every single one of you is on the ground and has had that opportunity to somewhat experiment and figure out what works best in the African context. And I think indeed you had raised this issue around why leverage or consultation from external sources when we can actually do that ourselves. And especially as we think about the promotion of local crops. Again, we know that, yes, technology can open the new frontiers, but the idea of us leveraging and or focusing more on indigenous crops, because we think that they do hold that key to resilience and sustainability. So I did want to perhaps push it to you, Amar. Again, back again with your hat as a VC. What role do you see of the VC landscape or venture capital playing in scaling the agro-processing and value-added industries for indigenous crops? I know that you've talked about coffee and the work that your family farm is doing, but can you share some thoughts around that?
I think access to capital is really important. And I think, so we have multiple hats. One is as a venture capital investor, which is very much capital maximization. So on that side, we're finding great businesses, Pan-Africa in Web 2, so e-commerce businesses. So getting access to taking products from farmers to market, the infrastructure, the data side of getting information to people on the ground. You've got deliveries, home deliveries, small borders, running around, getting products back and forth. So that's on the investment side. There are lots of opportunities. But it's the access to capital, which I think is really fundamental. And that's not always going to be, the venture type of capital. There are other sources of capital. And there is a spectrum, and there are various parties on that spectrum providing that capital. What I think is, the ground floor philanthropy has been there for many years. has it been effective? I've got my own opinion, but it's opened up and built some of the basic infrastructure. But if we can bring that capital, as even some private wealth, first loss capital, sitting below in the stack, it will open up doors for bigger pools of capital to come in. And I think we need to be creative in looking at other options of how to do this. And I think this is where, proactively from the ground, saying what's needed, and the capital sources are there, but we need to articulate what's really needed. And there's a lot of help out there, and there's a lot of capital coming from family offices like ourselves, and we talk to a number who are actively on the ground. But it is articulating what's needed and how it should be deployed on the ground. And it's a learning process. We're not going to get it right first time, but I think there's an intention there to do it right.
Yeah, and I love how Alicia's called it a team sport. I've never heard agriculture referred to as a team sport. So I'd like us, before we turn quickly over to the audience for questions, to focus on policy and partnerships, and for each of you to kind of just share your thoughts. And Genevieve, if we can start with you, around what that partnership model looks like.
For me, I've actually been looking at one of the challenges we're not talking about is where's the data going? The infrastructure that is necessary for that. A lot of the data is ending up in Europe, in data center in Europe. So how do we build more data center in Africa? That means infrastructure project with technology companies, with also making sure there's energy. So we are looking at that, but say we cannot scale. We can't really scale a blockchain if what I'm sending is I'm taking that data from a place in Africa and sending it to Europe or to America. So I need to have that infrastructure in place and have it be reliable. And then obviously it's working with government and understanding what their needs are, because we can't assume that we know. And for me, I think we talk about Africa, but in reality it's 54 countries. 54 different requirements, different languages, different ways of accepting. So you can't go in without partnering with them first to understand what they need. And I think we need to shift impact. No longer say, what do I believe the impact is? What do they believe the impact is? And then we make that impact happen together.
I love that. In a way, kind of turning it inwards. Yeah. And Didi, could you share your thoughts? And then Adam, share yours as well. And then we'll open up for a couple of questions.
Thank you so much. This is a question that's near and dear to my heart, because as an entrepreneur, I often felt isolated. And when I decided to write that book on food entrepreneurs, and I flew around Africa interviewing food and ag entrepreneurs who were scaling, many of them didn't know each other. So I created the African Food Change Makers, which is a one-stop shop for ag and food entrepreneurs across Africa. We now have entrepreneurs in 40 African countries. It's a free portal. I hope all of you visit it, www.afchub.org. And it has data, it has funding, it has networks, it has access. And our vision was a DevX LinkedIn for ag and food entrepreneurs. And I've just been amazed at how it has scaled. In fact, one of my last Davoses, somebody ran up to me and said, through AFC, I got funding. And he was from Zambia. I had never met him before. And why we created that was because we realized more people outside Africa get access to data about Africa than Africans. You refer to that. And a few people keep getting the same funding, right? And you meet U.S. entrepreneurs who say they have businesses in Africa, ag and food businesses, and they've won every single business plan competition, every single funding round, they won every single prize. And then the Africans on the ground have no clue that these things exist. And so that's why we've kind of created this portal. And then after creating the portal, we actually then created 3 programs. One is called Leading Women in Food Fellowship. It's a free fellowship for women in ag and food. And it's not just for entrepreneurs. I decided that we needed this community. So we have women in finance and ag and food. Please nominate some of your team staff for the program. We have female journalists who write about food and who are food bloggers. We have chefs. We have narrative changers. And we create this cohort. The first cohort was 25 women. It's a 6-month program, and we took all of them to AGRF. Many of them had never heard of the big agriculture conference in Africa. The second year was 35 women and onwards. And we matched them with mentors, training, support. And my vision is that it's not just Ndidi as an exception, that you know that there are millions of women like me who are being celebrated. And we've nominated these women for all sorts of things all over the world, and I'm just so proud of them. So please, if you know young women who should be part of the Leading Women in Food Fellowship, it is free, and it's just to elevate our sisters. So they build a community of support. We've created Brace, and we've created Braces about climate resilience, and it's an e-learning program that is also fully funded to help entrepreneurs be able to meet the moment of climate resilience. And then the final one is Scaling Export Program, because I think someone on this panel mentioned the biggest opportunity for Africans is Africa. And we realize that many entrepreneurs don't know each other. Someone needs something in one country, the other country has an overabundance, in another country there's a shortage. And so we've created this trading portal, and they're getting to work together, and it's supported by AfriExim and SCOL. So I would like you to please do elevate the knowledge about this. Do you know who our second biggest users outside Nigeria for AFC Hub? Americans, still. Still, if you look at who visits our website every day, it's Americans looking for opportunities in Africa. And what kills me is when I see other people taking advantage of opportunities that we should be taking advantage of. And obviously now at the One campaign, my role is to really fight for Africa at the global stage. And we have offices in all our G7 countries, and we're changing narratives. We're letting people know that you interact with African food every day. If you love chocolates, you're eating most likely a chocolate bar with cocoa from the soils of Africa. If you love peanuts, cashew nuts, whatever it is, and we're getting people to realize that our food is contributing to their lives, and that changes the way they view us. And as much storytelling, as much pushing for AGOA, pushing for food on global shelves, when you go to any ethnic aisle in any part of the world, you see so few products made in Africa, with made in Ghana, made in Senegal. And that's why I love Chef Pierre Thiem. He's on an advisory board. So we need more of these stories. We need to elevate our success stories, and we need to work together. We can't do this in isolation.
It's brilliant. And the coffee we had this morning was most likely African too. We need to work on that branding. Okay, and Adam, just quickly for you, before we, again, just get a couple of questions.
Actually, when it comes to the policies and partnerships, it always seemed to me that we as Africans need to understand the kind of partnerships that we need. And the reason is why we need those partnerships too. I want to revisit, a point that my friend made, which is every young person in Africa tries to escape away from this, agriculture, just because it's not lucrative and it's not promising and it's not, give you a shiny future. Just the other day, I was having, conversation with the Minister of Agriculture of Somalia, and after few exchanges, he said, "Adam, we need to get a Somali farmer with a suit." What he was trying to say basically was we need to encourage commercialization within the agriculture sector. We need to show people that, the agriculture can be, something that can promise a good future for the young people. So to achieve that, we need two things, from my point of view. First, to invest. And I mentioned, how, the financing and, all those, in the investment that goes into the agriculture is very thin in Africa. The second thing that we need to do is actually to create a demand for our agricultural produce, and to create that demand, we need to invest at a little bit upper levels of the value chain in the agro-processing industry. To do that, actually, at least in my experience in Somalia, the agro-businesses, especially the small and medium and, ones are not, capable of investing in the agro-processing industry. That is where the role of the government comes. And that actually brings me to the public-private partnership. Again, I'm not, discouraging, the private sector players and how they can be a growth engine and this and that. But the government is capable of a lot of things, especially when the government has the interest of the private sector at heart. You know, when you have an institution, mainly like a development bank in Somalia, for example, now we are well positioned in that regard. The previous government that established the bank was a socialist government. All the properties were public properties. So our bank now has almost every factory that is in Somalia. So just imagine being a medium agro-processing business that is trying to get a land so that he can set up so that you can set up a factory, for example. It will be very expensive for you. So at this level, I think the government can provide a lot of things, including the land, including the seed capital, including partnerships actually within the processing facilities, and so on and so forth. By that way, we can actually create a whole sector that actually demands whatever agricultural produce that is made within the country. For example, now a while ago, I was talking about the cassava. Cassava is a rare conversation in Somalia. And the funny thing is, actually, it grows so easily within the country. But because it doesn't seem, appealing structurally, people don't consume it. So a while ago, I was in Russia. One night, I'm watching a documentary in Nigeria, and then I see this young Nigerian, and I will be very brief. I will be very brief. Yeah, exactly. So, but I want to mention this. This Nigerian entrepreneur who was encouraging the cassava farmers of Nigeria. What she did was she just set up a small processing plant within the farmers. She did not invest in the farmers and stuff, but she just created a demand for it. So that is what can happen if you can create a demand for whatever the farmers produce. They can develop this commercialization mentality. They can get money, and they will be encouraged to even produce more. And that is when actually investing in the other enablers will also come in line, because nobody will invest in anything that doesn't have any market at all. So the public-private partnership is key when we are talking about investing in the agro-processing industry.
Okay, well, I really appreciate everybody's time, and I do apologize. I think this room's needed for the next conversation, but I do really. What did you say? What is Take your time. I mean, that's what I mean. I'll take my time. We may not leave, right? But I get that. Perhaps I can take one or two quick questions, since apparently we have time. Yeah, we can take them both together. Do you want to just?
So basically, my question is that I heard that you're mainly based in. Sorry, I heard that you're mainly based in East Africa. Do you intend to expand towards other regions in Africa? And also, my second question would be: is there a specific size for farms that you're targeting? Are you targeting small-scale farmers or already more established?
And then maybe you can combine it with your question.
Mine's mainly access capital. So it seems like there are different stages of where people apply for capital in terms of business. So it's a way to kind of integrate both sides. So people partner with the public GFI, for example, to say this stage they need this sort of capital, at this stage they need some capital, and integrate between all that. So how can public and private partnership basically help to contribute to maximizing the potential for business?
And me, I have one question for Didi. Since you've kind of really been in the trenches in that sector for almost 2 decades now, right? What is for you the silver bullet, the one thing that if it's done will have a maximum impact?
And as the panelists provide responses, we can be very snappy with our responses.
So the coffee side is very much geographical focus, so East Africa, majority of in Tanzania, because that's where we have all the infrastructure, and then some in Kenya. On the financial inclusion side, that will be Pan Africa based, and we'll work with all farmers. We're trying to work with cooperatives, because that's the best way to access all the farmers. And we've got something we can deploy on the ground. To do that, we'll work hopefully with as well on that side. So that's
coming out that's being built right now. And then the question of financial inclusion. There are lots of sources, and there are lots of very good local banks as well doing that. So some of the groups who we're working with, we're very much in the top level of the stack on the equity, but on the debt side, we try and point people in the right direction when they come to us.
Well, I guess, especially on the financing questions, you can answer that, and then Didi, you can take the other question.
Actually, when it comes to the financing, depends. Actually, it is different among the African countries. That is at least what I know. Because in Somalia, the main challenge for the SMEs in the agriculture, is poor access to financing. But what is the challenge? What prevents them from accessing financing is first the collateral requirements, personal guarantees and all those things. So when you want to access that, you need to create, at least in Africa and in Somalia, we need to create some sort of alternative credit scoring model, mechanism, and that's where actually the digitalization comes. So now, as a bank, when we first started our operations, what we have seen was, person asked like to give his land as collateral, which they cannot do. So what we were doing basically was to actually create a digital platform, and that uses some sort of AI technology so that we can actually get the right information from the clients, from the businesses, and actually give that platform itself to also microfinance institutions. Actually, so that's what we are doing as bank, because we are not directly financing to the clients, we are financing through the microfinance institutions. So taking advantage of the digitalization actually can bring a lot of perceived risk towards the agricultural sector down. So whenever you introduce that kind of digital platform, what you can do basically is you can assess the business based on its performance, rather than who knows you and what collateral and all the things you have. If you get that, then every source of financing will pay off, whether it is a development institution like us that finances through the microfinance institutions, whether it's a commercial bank. The problem is not the money is there. For example, now 34% of the bank's assets, bank assets in Somalia is actually at fault. They are not even lending out. So it is not just the agriculture and the productive sectors that are hurting, but also the financial sector is also hurting because they are not lending enough. So by eliminating and de-risking those sectors will help both all sectors, basically, including the financial sector.
Got it. And Didi, apparently,
really quickly, yes, I would say an enabling environment. One example is poultry. When Obasanjo became president of Nigeria, he happened to be a poultry farmer. He actually restricted the importation of poultry. We saw this sector grow overnight. Today, Nigeria is self-sufficient in poultry, competitive, and continues to thrive. When our neighbor Ghana continues to import chicken. It's an example. No, it's an example. No, it's an example of an enabling environment that was very bold, courageous, but also supported the local food ecosystem. We need to have that same power and commitment in rice, in maize, and in all the other value chains that we continue to import, even though we can be locally self-sufficient.
Okay, so
let me ask some questions.
Patient
capital, Rubber Bank, and other people can give you. You can work with them as well. It's a short-term gap, not like a resting place, but yeah, you should look into that.
Yeah. So clearly, this is like I mentioned at the top, a critical conversation, and I'd love for us to perhaps continue conversation with our panelists outside, just because this space is needed for the next session. But I did really want to thank all of you. I know we all braved it this morning to make it today too, but also love the fact that, for example, if you mentioned that sometimes we forget that Africa is 54 countries, but at the same time, there's potential for that collaboration to ensure that we are addressing the right challenge. So again, thank you so much, everyone.
In this session today, we hope to explore bold and innovative ways to finance Africa's growth by challenging the traditional approaches and norms. We have an amazing panelists who we are really excited to hear from and hear their fresh thinking and practical strategies that can unlock new opportunities across the continent. To my left, we have Mr. Cedric Antonio, the co-founder and CMO of Voy Finance. And here we have Mr. Mamadou Toure, founder and CEO of Ubuntu Group. We had a few other panelists that are running late, but hopefully they'll be joining us shortly. I also want to say welcome to our audience that are joining us online. To just kickstart with some data, we have seen that Africa is home to some of the fastest growing economies in the world. And in the past few decades, African countries have increasingly become an attractive destination for foreign investors. And despite such positive indications, we still see that the continent receives only 3% of global foreign direct investment. So the question is then, how do we change and increase that percentage to indicate and reflect the interest that we've been seeing so far? So if I can start with you, Mr. Mamadou.
So I think what is important to understand when we talk about imagine and fund Africa's growth, the first thing is, what kind of growth are we talking about, right? In ultimately, where you look at the GDP growth, right? Africa, indeed, like you said, has had some of the fastest growing economies. What has been missing historically is actually local funding first, right? And if you compare Africa with, let's say, Southeast Asia, the local capacity to fund economies is much bigger in those environments. So what is it that is actually restricting the capital mobilization locally to fund our own local economies so that it also attracts international investors? Why is it important to have local capital to effectively drive the growth? Is because local investors have a lower sensitivity to risk, so compared to international investors, because they know the market, etc. So yes, you've had some form of strong conservatism from the banking sector, who literally has been funding some very key industries, mostly real estate and energy, etc. But the whole idea is to capture savings, right? So we haven't been as good as other regions into capturing local savings, turning them into investments by channeling it through banks and so on. So ultimately, we one key lessons learned here is how can we be innovative in that way? So the one of the biggest actually foreign direct investment, I mean, which I would say capital flow into Africa. Did you know that international remittance, right, and global remittance to Africa is close to $100 billion, which is more than actually foreign direct investments and international aid combined. Now, the point of this capital flow from the diaspora mostly goes more for consumer and to solve people's daily problems without necessarily being converted into capital that actually deploy for long-term investment. So what we've done with Ubuntu, so just by way of background, I'm founder and CEO of Ubuntu Group. I didn't introduce myself, and what we've developed is a model that leverage on digital, what I call digital finance, right? So take, for instance, the case of remittance, right? So what if there would be like a real estate project in Africa, or an agricultural project, right? Now, the main issue is I can't use Western Union just to say, okay, I'm going to send money and then I'm going to rely on someone to effectively receive that money, etc. So now, what we've done, we use what we call Web3, which is digital finance. So ultimately, it's called programmable money. So we can tap into the diaspora. Let's say there's a real estate and agriculture project where they could transfer so let's say buy a token or an investment token for, let's say, $5,000 that effectively stays in the system. And because it's programmable money, there are conditions that says if the phase one is completed, the first tranche of the funds that have transferred get unlocked. And then phase two, second tranche, and phase three, second tranche. And the thing is that as you do that, then you have more control, because what has been restricting Diaspora, for instance, to invest is how is the money going to be managed on the ground, right? And the whole idea of using blockchain technology is that it has this what you call smart contracts. Smart contracts are conditionalities embedded into the automated unlocking of the funds based on certain conditions that would be filled. And that's also very important, because the same way as I send money back home, I can say today with this technology, I can say, okay, you can only use this portion for education, that portion for healthcare, and not to buy beer or whatever, things like that. So there's also the question of trust. How do we create more trust so that we can fund the growth on the African continent? So the blockchain technology is a very good way to effectively do that. So what we really from our side, we've decided to start tokenizing gold. Why gold? Because ultimately, gold has this property that is a stable asset, right? And the system used to be backed by gold, like the dollar was backed by gold. Now, did you know that gold gained 600% to the dollar in 20 years, right? And if you take the Naira, for instance, over the past 5 years, it gained 600, it gained actually almost 700%. So what it means is that our purchasing power has been eroded, while we have so many resources which values have grown significantly. So when we want to fund the growth, we also want to make sure that we're using a currency that plays to our advantage. Right. So, and one thing also is that since the currency depreciates, you have the risk for people who would lend, let's say, in dollar, which is international investors. If the local, if the repayment and the revenues are in local currency, right, and you've provided dollars, etc., and the currency loses, let's say, half of its value, how do you effectively address that thing and the repayment capacity? And that's why we said, okay, let's use natural resources, which is our strength, which actually grow in value, right? So the payment, for instance, could be made in those digital assets, right? So, Africa leapfrogged fixed line for mobile. Africa also leapfrogged banking as per se with mobile money. So, today people speak about Apple Pay, but we've had Apple Pay for 20 years since with M-Pesa and things like that. So embracing technology is actually our greatest salute to fund our own growth. And remember, finance is based on two things: asymmetry of information and collateral, right? So what we've been missing for a very long time, when you go and see a bank, the thing is that what we call asymmetry of information is how it's going to perceive the risk, right? And the second thing, collateral, is when generally they would ask, okay, do you have land that I can have as a collateral or guarantee for me to lend you money? And our problem as Africans is that we rarely have this collateral. Now, what becomes very interesting about the collateral is that once you tokenize resources, so let's say it could be real estate, for instance, right? Tokenization basically means a digital certificate of ownership, right? So you can tokenize your land and fractionalize it in small pieces. So if you can't buy, let's say, a $500,000 apartment, you can break it down in 500,000 pieces so that the population can get, let's say, 100 pieces of it, right? And now they have a digital collateral that they can use to get a microloan, right? And that's how you start addressing and funding the growth. It's going to be our responsibility as Africans to leverage on technology and on what we have as most precious, which is our land, right? We have 60% of the arable land, right? I think they discussed that on the previous sessions. But more importantly, in terms of resources, even if our GDP is close to $4 trillion, we have, which we were discussing yesterday with Honorable Minister, we have $120 trillion of resources that we can monetize and fractionalize so that people locally can get a piece of it. But also where it becomes very interesting, let's say you have a gold concession, right? Or a piece of land that has particular value for agriculture. Now you can get investors, you give them the necessary amount of comfort because they would own a digital rights, a digital certificate of ownership. Then you open up to capital markets. Because the biggest issue would be, okay, they would transfer money and then they would get a piece of paper and so on. But if you digitize everything, then you address the two key elements that drive financing. Collateral, because now you've used technology to put it on people's phone. I'll buy with my mobile money a piece of, a piece of token of gold that it's stored, even if it's in Zurich, but it has value because the technology proves and certified the value. The other thing is asymmetry of information, because people don't necessarily know would be what's happening in Somalia, for instance, or what's happening in Lesotho. But if they have this, digital certificate of ownership that it's stamped and recognized and traded like stocks, then they have more comfort, right? People would, every day in the capital markets, they would buy a stock of an energy company, of any company in Philippines or something without even knowing what's happening in the Philippines, but they trust the stock market, right? Now you have a digital market that is available for Africans to start monetizing their resources and put it out there for effective liquidity that will really fuel our growth. So that's really where we're doing. And what we've been doing with nations now, in order to address that issue, to fund their growth, and especially in infrastructure, we're working with, well, for instance, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Sierra Leone, actually also one East African countries, I won't give the name, where we looked at mapping the resources using nuclear magnetic resonance to know exactly what's underground. And what we realized is that it's actually trillions of dollars, right? And based on that, then we said, okay, we're going to select those particular key assets, we're going to monetize it, and we're going to start offering it to the locals and to the diaspora to buy a piece of it via the digital system, and it's all transparent and so on, so they're comfortable. And now the government has the resources without having to need international investors, right, to now start drilling. But because they found, because that technology is probably the most advanced, and now they start drilling and they find, so the actual token multiplies in value by 20. And you still haven't called a junior mining or an agriculture experts, etc., or a big agriculture company to exploit your land. You still keep the ownership, and with that liquidity, you can now start funding infrastructure project, education, health, and so on. And you remain master of your destiny along the chain. And now that's how you start funding your growth. So I really believe that technology, the same way as we embraced it, every time we've embraced technology, we've leapfrogged. And now it's time to embrace technology for finance, because that's what has been holding us back, and leveraging on what we have as valuable. But you can also tokenize shares. So one important thing is, you know that the default rate, you've heard of Tontine, Stockfeld, Susu in Ghana, which is collective funding, right? And I'm sure there's also some model like this. The default rate is 1%. In the banks, the default rate is 30%. So why don't we go back to our own culture and values, but now bring effectively technology to support this collective financing, where everybody contributes on a platform, it's all traceable, and then because the community have a stronger element of pressure and they're more comfortable funding people they know, that's how you also fund the local growth, the community growth, and in a way that is automated and that leverages on technology and blockchain, for instance. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Cedric, the same question: how do we increase foreign direct?
So first, thank you, Mamadou, for taking all my speech. It's all about blockchain. So
you did finish the whole sentence already.
no. So at Voy Finance, how we started Voy Finance is because of a trade finance gap. I don't know if you heard about this concept. Is because nowadays the SMEs, small medium enterprises, when they want to find liquidity to start their projects, is nearly close to impossible, especially when they start. So try to go to have a letter of credit, try everything that you want. It's very, very difficult. So to decrease this trade finance gap, we thought that, okay, let's bring the liquidity on the market, but especially trying to do this on the blockchain because you have transparency, because trust is the most effective issue for the people to actually get the liquidity. And there's more to that, which Mamadou explains clearly. However, with Ubuntu as well as a project, for example, with a gold, as long as it's backed and we have a proof on the blockchain that there is a vault which is secured with a gold there, it has value. And this value is an investment vehicle that people can invest in. And whoever buys in can be fractionalized because the value is actually split. People can buy it with $10 only. Whatever it is, anyone can come with a laptop, with a little smartphone from anywhere in the world. They can invest as long as it's KYC'd or KYB'd for the supplier. However, everyone can invest into these projects. We have a few projects coming in right now where they would never, ever have access to liquidity. And they come to us, we do the whole KYB process. And as soon as they are in our marketplace, then they have access to retail investors and institutional investors. And now they have a tokenized project. For example, it can be a tokenized coffee project. In some other countries, I can't say the name exactly. However, you have a tokenized project and retail and institutional investors can invest into this project and it's transparent. Where the money is going, we can see through everything. And you can create all the process behind this. And I think this is where, with a very interesting project with Mamadou is with Ubuntu, is that at least with gold, it's backed, it's real, and people, when they invest into it, they can clearly see. And there's no way out by saying like, no, but we don't know where the money is going to go. It's transparent. Bringing liquidity to the markets is what we want. And having access to small and medium enterprises is what we want to do for the future.
And I want to jump to Cedric's point, right? Let's take the case of Somalia. Let's take farming, right? A farmer is going to need financing for his crops, right? But he's only going to see the harvest, let's say in 4 or 6 months, for instance, right? The issue is most banks would say, what if the weather is bad, right? What if this, what if that? And only the very few might get the financing because they've been doing it for 20 years and they can give collateral, right? Now, so a farmer, in Somalia would be in a situation where, okay, I have this track record. It could be coffee, it could be tomatoes, etc. Now, who in the community wants to contribute, right, to help me buy the crops, right, and fund the harvest? And everyone who wants to contribute comes in, subscribing the platform and pays, right? And it's good digital assets. So let's say you have 1,000 people that puts $100, just even the diaspora alone, right? Now, 4 months later, the payment is actually made on the platform by, could be the local buyers, could be the international buyers if it's export. But once the payment is made on the platform, it automatically redistributed to those who are funded, plus plus whichever interest or plus whichever revenue share and dividends. That everybody benefits, and that's the real philosophy of Ubuntu, and that's really how we've been operating as Africans. We believe in the collective above the individual, but we've lost track of understanding what makes us different and what has made us resilient over the centuries. So we're just bringing back that very, with technology, that sense of together we rise, we work together, and we help fund the growth by chipping in together. And I remember growing up, right? I'm from the western part of Cameroon, the people call it Bamile case, right? So they're literally the traders, the commerçants, the guys who really all the time have farms and every Sunday at home, there were like 40 people. And I would wait, and then there would be like all my parents' friends, everyone. So that Sunday, who is getting the money, right? What's your project? They all review and say, okay, we're going to help this guy. And then we see you next month, come back with the money. Trust me, they would come back. If not, they would be on their case, right? But it works. It's the solidarity financing that really helps. And we need to bring that back, right? So, yeah.
I think a very good point, Mamadou. And also I had a very interesting conversation with one of the PS here earlier, is that by the end of the day, why transparency is important is that we want to make sure that the families are growing. So to make sure that the families are growing, it means that there's an equality into the distribution of the dividends or what is coming back to them. By making sure that it's transparent, we are recognizing that by investing into one specific project, we are actually, it's for the welfare of their families itself. And it's very clear, it's very transparent, and anyone can contribute to it. And the Diaspora is a very strong part of it.
And you know, there's one thing also where there's a growth on CSR, for instance, right? What we also want to promote is what you call the solidarity economy, right? In our case, for instance, we work with nations and communities for the gold extraction with the artisanal miners, right? So we help them bring transparency in their supply chain from ground to vault. And it could also be applicable for coffee, because when you can say coffee from this particular price at Starbucks, then you can increase your actual price by that much. But there was no possibility to trace before. But now with technology and blockchain in particular, you can trace a product from the harvest all the way to the plate or the table. And now you increase the price. But what you can also do is that in the payment mechanism, what we've done when people transact the gold-backed token on our platform, 10%, up to 10% of transaction fees get redistributed to the artisanal miners. This changes the game. And the fact that it gets redistributed, because it's transparent, it automatically gets to them to continue extracting, and you can do that for harvesting, etc. So you also promote circular economy. So growth will, of course, we can always say, okay, we have to wait for donations of this. We have to wait for the Messiah investor to come one day, but it may never happen, right? So how do we find the solutions for ourselves, right? To build our own economies and be ingenious in leveraging on what we have best, and the technology that also help redistribute and mobilize savings. Here's the reason why people don't save. First, the banking penetration is only 30%, right? Maybe 35. Of course, Southern Africa is of course higher, but what it really means is that the GDP that we're actually talking about, IMF acknowledged that the informal economy represents 40 to 60%. So it means that when you talk about Africa GDP, you're only talking about half of it, literally. What it means also is that half of it is in the informal sector, right? It also means that because it's in the informal sector, it doesn't get rechanneled either into lending institutions, it stays in the mattress. So when people say we can't get capital, it's also because there's no rechanneling of those savings into the economy. Now, the whole idea, once you start giving people the opportunity to make micro investment, micro savings, buy gold for 10%, you know that lithium gains 600%, right? We have 30% of those reserves, right? So literally, our people buying tokenized lithium for in-ground, you don't even have to extract it. You're 600% richer. Gold even, right? So take Nigeria. So they've been running after the dollar, and then it got stopped because the government cannot have that many dollars to effectively pay for all the trade and export. But if people buy both tokenized gold, today they would be 7 times richer by just making a micro investment. And now, but because it's in the system, guess what? I know that on your wallet, you have tokenized gold. Then I can lend you money without even knowing your credit history. That bank will take 4 months to do. Why? Because I have that asset. I know I lock it, and then I give you 80% loan to value. How do you think the West developed? Right? And now we don't even have to go through the whole system. It's all automated. So our growth will be funded. And after 25 years really looking at and mobilizing billions of dollars for Africa, I came to that conclusion, is that we actually have everything we need. But if we just use technology to monetize what we have, then our growth becomes exponential.
Thank you. That leads to my next point, Mr. Cedric, where you talked about SMEs. And when we look at the continent, we see only 10% actually get formal financing. So what would you say are some of the challenges, and what are some innovative and transformative ways that we can actually increase more financing for SMEs?
The major challenge is bureaucracy. And transparency again, because the lack of transparency, the paperwork, it's very difficult. It's very difficult for SMEs to actually put it in place. And I think that today on the market, if you're able to come to our marketplace and to show and prove how you're actually building. Some of the panelists are back here. Hello, hi. So if we can prove today that it's a very clear, transparent mechanism which is being redistributed to the right persons, to the right people, and there's a clear flow of where the money is coming from, then this is how I think we are actually breaking the code here. Because I come from Mauritius originally, so I understand clearly how these challenges come through. Because we are a very small island, but still, we managed to grow an economy, which is very big, by actually leveraging Africa's growth at the same time. And only by having transparency via the blockchain, having these secure vaults that we created, we'll be able to actually help the economy with the small and medium enterprises.
Sorry, maybe I'll pass it on to you.
Hello, everyone.
You're an entrepreneur.
Yes, Mr. Olivier Singh, President of Sohain Group. Please welcome.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Cedric just responded to a question about how to increase formal financing for SMEs in Africa and some of the challenges. But if we look at some of the what are the innovative solutions that can actually unlock capital for small businesses?
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm a bit late. So I had to cross the Mediterranean Sea to come. Yes. So could you repeat the question, please?
What are some innovative and solutions that can unlock more financing for SMEs?
I think as a second generation of family business, we are doing business since the 1950s. So it's been like 75 years that we are operating on the different continent, on Africa, and operating our development in United States, Europe, and Africa. In terms of innovative solutions, I think that we should learn how to also work a South-South kind of help. Today, we are developing in the health sector, and we are dealing with Morocco. It means that, for instance, we are developing clinics throughout the continent, and starting with a pilot in Cameroon. And we are developing it with the very first Moroccan medical company. We tried with Europe, with France, but the thing is that today you need to relate to what is being done. Meaning that, for example, when we were talking with the Professor Slimani, which is one of our future operator, he was saying that today he could relate to the situation as Morocco was 35 years ago. But that was not the case when we have like some other partners. So innovative solution must be also to try to develop with people from the other continent who have done the same kind of businesses. Yeah.
No, good. Thank you. If we just go back to, you quickly touched on digital financing for Africa, because we've seen in the last 2 decades, digital financing has really revolutionized how people access financing. How can we use that kind of technology or different kinds of technologies to increase access to financing?
So, I mean, I'm just going to ask basic question. Do you know what's the percentage of GDP that transits through M-Pesa just in Kenya? Anybody has a guess? 40%. 40% of Kenya's GDP moves through mobile. It gives you a sense, right? So, you know, at this point, digital is the way to go, right? And the point, what you had with, I mean, you can even have microloans on M-Pesa today. You can have micro insurance, MTN Momo moving in the same direction, Orange Money moving in the same direction, because they've realized that people are actually tech savvy. They're more comfortable doing things with their phones than go and wait in lines at the bank to kind of explain their story, etc. Right? So not only they're tech savvy, but they also are more comfortable with automation. Right? You don't have airtime, you can get credit for airtime. You need a micro insurance, you can get it on your phone without talking to anyone. So, and let's also remember, 60% of Africa's population is under 25. Right? With a big also penetration of mobile into those communities. So for us, digital is the solution, right? And why is it the solution? Is ultimately because people have more access to mobile phones than to drinking water. That's a fact today, right? So make sure they get enough access to capital or cash on their phone so that they can buy the water, right? If that's the channel, then let's use it. Now, the other thing also, you've seen the growth of fintech. You've seen big companies like Flutterware. Now, that's actually our strength. And what is very important is you've also seen big companies like BlackRock, right? BlackRock now is tokenizing Bitcoin. I mean, we have ETF, right? BlackRock is equivalent to $11 trillion under management. This is 2.5 times Africa's GDP. If those guys are moving in that direction, we better really start looking into it, right? And since we have explained earlier, the whole point now is you have AI coming in, right? With AI, the beauty is based on your pattern on your phone, I can literally give you a credit score, right? So it's going to remove the issue about trust. The banker, so basically would look at your financial statements, would go and do all due diligence, or generally because they're lazy, they'll just say, give me a guarantee. Because I don't want to do all this analysis, etc. Just give me, so that if you don't pay, at least I have something. We're still there in the banking system. So fine. Now, if we can digitize what those guarantees or those collaterals, one, right? Then I don't need even to be worried about recovering or executing that guarantee and take that land from you, because I automatically lock the ownership or the transfer digitally, which means that I also automatically and immediately give you the loan. Because until you repay. And that's the beauty. We can really leapfrog 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps with the digital today. The same way as with leapfrog in many opportunities. What was our issue before was, how do I ensure that this asset is either mine, or it's not transferable,
or is executable, right? Now with digital, you make that happen straight.
Just to give you some figures about the digitization actually on the blockchain, if an SME would like to export or import some commodities, for example, the time that he goes through the whole process can take up until 6 weeks, if not more. With now the blockchain capacities, bringing the liquidities on market, having them KYC'd, with the vaults in place, it can take less than 48 hours to be funded. Less than 48 hours compared to a couple of weeks, if not more. I mean, you know better. You know how difficult it is. So it just gives you this mindset of how fast it can go. Because when we say digital, sending an email is digital. It's really on the blockchain, how it is put together, which will actually incentivize and really, really quicken the transaction process of having liquidity on the market.
Mr. Cedric, your opinion on the same topic. Sorry, Mr. Sai. Apologies.
Yes, exactly. What he was saying is that sometime today, this is a topic that we know we can spend months, sometimes 1, 2, 3 months to wait for the bank to do his due diligence. So imagine how in 48 hours we could, leverage funds in a quicker way. Yeah.
Thank you. Just before we change the topic on technology, if you could give examples on real life work that you're doing today, what role can technology play, or what role have you seen technology play in financing innovative and developmental projects in the continent?
On my side, technology at this point is not really, the key point. We are digitalizing, of course. So I will let Mamadou, because he's one of our, also consultant on that to tell exactly, what's the way to go.
Please, Mamadou, welcome.
Okay. So I think, you guys have been doing some phenomenal work. I mean, the growth that you've had and the whole idea now about digitizing is if you can have your performance that is traceable, etc., then the banks also becomes more comfortable in terms of looking at the history. If you can log, let's say you exporting, for instance, or importing, and you need funding to actually import, if they can see on the system the history of import and the traceability of who your suppliers are and the credibility and the credit line that they give you, then it automates everything. It makes it much easier than paper. But you're right. One issue is also how do we get the banks to get digital? But that we may have to kind of not count on them. Right. And that's why you have fintechs. That's why fintechs are so fast. They're growing so big, is because they're disrupting the mammoth. Right. And maybe also now the issue of fintech so far was, okay, how do they get the liquidity to fund you? But what we're saying is, if a fintech uses what we call decentralized finance platform, meaning they get 1 million people to put $1,000, they get $1 billion. And that's the kind of platforms that you now have to start funding very successful and prominent entrepreneurs like you. Point is, again, we have the capacity. What's the estimated size of the Somali diaspora? How many people are in the diaspora in Somalia, roughly? Now, 1 million?
Only the UK is around 1 million.
Only the UK is around 1 million. So let's say 3 million, right? Now, 3 million Somalis who are very, and I know you guys are so attached abroad, like when you see Somalia, they're so proud, it's like, you don't want to mess up with them, So, and the thing is, and they're very proud and they love their country, right? And it's the same for the Lesotho also, where we discuss is that, okay, so let's take that, not even like, okay, 3 million, you say, okay, you take 1 million or even 500,000, right? And I'm sure if 500,000 put 1,000, you have $500 million. You fund your own economy. And then and because it's traceable, then all the farmers, all the exporters, all the importers benefit from that. And what's the balance sheet of most banks? 10 million, 20 million, 50 million. And they process one by one, for 6 months. Like, how many deals can they process? If we really want to accelerate our growth, we need to automate. We need to embrace AI. We need to embrace Web3. And that's what we've done. And trust me, I think I've done transactions over my career from investment banking in Europe to IFC World Bank and GE Capital, General Electric. 26 countries, $22 billion mobilized. But it's 20 plus years, right? We don't have that time anymore, right? And we don't have we need 10,000 or 100,000 Mamadous to do those things. Then automate, right? And you automate the whole thing because we know how it works. And we now count on ourselves to start funding and our resources to use it as a collateral to start funding without waiting. And we have a banker here and she knows, right? So we can't wait for banks on a standard way. We're going to have to really leapfrog that because every time we've leapfrogged, as a nation, as a people, we've broken the ceiling. I can tell you when, and I remember Olivier we were in Paris at the time, and we just finished our studies. So I went into investment bank and was with, at the same time, Accenture, right? And we were having a conversation. There was this deal, je crois que c'était Orange or MTN in Cameroon, and another, and it was the very early days. There was no GSM, fixed lines. So, and we went to, at the time, so raise capital, so Washington, London, New York, Tokyo. And we said, so take Nigeria, you had 300,000 lines for 150 million people at the time. It's 20 years back. Figure it out. 300,000. So it's literally 0.3%. People could communicate. This is the early 2000s, true story. Right? And we said, okay, with GSM, we're introducing GSM mobile to Africa. And people said, look, you guys don't even have fixed line. What are you going to do with mobile? I'm like, okay, I don't have a horse, so I can't get a car. Come on, so, and so basically what happened is like when I did all the financial model for Nigeria, Cameroon, etc. And I said, Nigeria might have 1 million mobile users in 3 years. They thought I smoked the carpet, right? It's like in 20, 30 years, they didn't reach 300,000. You think that in 3 years, they'll get 1 million mobile? Guess what? After 5 years, Nigeria had 20 million mobile users, right? So we shouldn't be thinking that technology is not for us. No, actually, we need to go because we come from a fresh mind. Right? We don't have to unlearn the old system. We can just learn the new and disrupt.
And just to add on that, if I may, and today Africa has leapfrogged and is ahead of any other continent.
Exactly.
We have more mobile phones than anybody else in the world.
Yeah.
Each African today has 2 mobile phones.
Exactly.
So 2 operators, MTN, Orange.
Right.
And even in villages, because why? Lack of infrastructure.
Yeah.
So they can't have the fixed line. They go for 2 mobile phones.
Yeah, exactly.
Great risk you're talking about. When you think about lending across, working at a bank, we have a mix of things: C&I, farm, mortgage. How do you equate risk in that as you're thinking about it? You don't want to be levered in all farm. Something comes, hurricane, flood, monsoon, wipes out crops. Everyone's there. How do you guys manage the risk or think about risk in this model?
So, I mean, the risk, what you're talking about is what you call material adverse risk or systemic risk, right? Basically. So, point is, within a community, right? So, if you say weather conditions or anything, yes, within that community, if all the funding is only in that community, then there is a systemic risk. But the whole point of having a digital platform is that you can diversify where you deploy your capital, and your portfolio is also mitigated by the diversification, right? Now, what you effectively need, for instance, and I invite the Somali government on that question, is you're gonna need also to digitize the land registry, This is fundamental, right? And we bring the partners, so we come with a turnkey solution because we know exactly down the road. We've had those questions, brother. so you come also with, okay, how do I digitize the land registry? How do I digitize also the mining cadastral, right? So that we get all those things, and now it's on chain. It's tamper proof. You can't go and say, oh no, this now belongs to me. No. With blockchain, you don't have that. And the mortgage model can now apply because the land registry is digitized, right? And it's collateralized. And that's how your whole thing start expanding.
There's also a KPI called the risk and volatility index. So as soon as this is lower than 5%, and this is where you have collateralized land, for example, then it's lower. It comes to like 3% approximately. And this is the ideal space for investors to actually bring in for liquidity.
Exactly, yeah.
So just one question to reply to what you just said, and actually what the question that you mentioned is, how do you address actually the fact that most of the time you don't have actually even in paper the land registry? Because I was implementing like a regenerative agriculture project for governments in order to be able to scale actually that kind of action, and most of the time you don't have land registry. So even before digitalizing that, you have a big risk, which is an ownership risk as well for any commodity. So
but do you know? It's a very good point. Now I have a question for you. Do you know why you didn't have a land registry before?
Because it's cultural,
and also because it was all paper.
Yeah, and most of the time it's like it's a parole to parole. So
yeah,
most of the time
but that's the whole point. Is that once you bring technology, you can't undo or unsee what you've seen. Right. So basically, let's say if you kind of it's basically what you call crowdsourcing, where you basically have a platform, and then again you use the community. With satellites, you know exactly how the land is structured and so on. And then yes, you have to delegate, right, to the local authorities. And what we've seen is that you just don't delegate to the mayor. Right, you have, and that's also the power of Africa. Authority is not just political; it's religious, it's community. You have the chefs, the tribu is traditional, etc.
But you need to put in place policies on the top.
Of course, but
it takes time. It takes time. Even if digitalization is one of the kind of implemented parts, so that's fine. That's magnific. If you can do it, it can speed up the process. But to get to even go to the digitalization, it takes so much time.
But do we have a choice, though?
Yeah, I know.
Because once it's done forever.
Yeah.
So that time, I know in our construct of humans, it takes time. But for a civilization, for a nation, it solves the problem for generations to come.
This is the important part of WEF right here.
Hello, I'm Vanessa Roux.
I'm loving this global.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to add on something, I've worked with a company, a multinational company. I think, and I'm taking the opportunity to have one minister here. It's a will of a nation, of a government. When there's a will, there's a way. Because I've worked for 2 projects on modernization of cadastre and land management in Benin and in Jamena and in Chad. And it came from the top. So when there's a will, there's a way, and it can be very quick to modernize all the digitalization of the land.
Political will, and the thing. There's also a thing, there's this thing that is called building and they will come. Africans are very good at mimetism, right? Yeah. So you don't necessarily need to start from the top, right? If you don't see a strong political will from the top, you start from a region. You start with a county or with a province, and they see it works, they'll adopt, right? One thing is that, and it's at least it's very true in Cameroon. If somebody opens a shoe shop in a street, and people see customers getting into that street, in that shop, the street will become a street shop shoes, or street shoe shop, right? Right? And it's true. Is that if they see that it works, they'll do it, right? And that's also the thing of being pragmatic. We tend to always think, okay, it takes time. Oh, we need the right leader. Hey, look, if we have to wait, then we might as well just go and die, right? So let's get things done at our own level. and then it would go.
To add on that, I was just using the example because Vanessa is from Gabon, and I worked in Gabon, and this is about 15 years ago. As a banker, you had to give loan to people, but they have no collateral because in Gabon you have no land title officially. And Vanessa was just using the example. The government doesn't want; they're not interested in digitalizing the land. They don't want simple, but it doesn't stop bankers to come and invest in Gabon or any other investor. It doesn't stop people. Gabon probably has more investors than Cameroon, my country.
True story.
Yes, because they have oil. Yes.
No, thank you.
I think
you wanna add
a
something?
very important part I wanted to ask and wanted to share is that we need to have more advocates like Mamadou. Because the more advocates which is talking about blockchain and how digitizing all this, it will really help in the future. And we don't have enough. Mamadou cannot split himself. we can fractionalize the asset, but not Mamadou.
Fractionalize it, Get my hand, bro. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we need to tokenize Mamadou. We need to tokenize Mamadou and fractionalize his.
You're a smart contractor.
Thank you for such a lively session. One more question.
Just a thought. You're speaking very powerfully to the ability for Africa to leapfrog the mechanisms of economy. But the concern that I have, given the destruction of life in North America, Europe, etc., is that we used economy to destroy diversity. And it was an inadvertent process. And so what you could do is not just leapfrog the techniques in which economy is happening, but leapfrog the West and the North for the value system. Leapfrog to a very practical, real value system of life. Africa has biodiversity and culture, 3,000 languages, 54 countries, cultural food, cultural relationship back to source. We don't have that in the West and North. We've lost that connection. So our children are depressed, they're anxious, they're committing suicide. And so really, if you could leapfrog to value systems that are real, that will ensure that the deployment of capital stays real.
Thank you. I mean, when you were speaking, I was having goosebumps, right? I'm not shy to say it. I was having goosebumps. But it's very interesting because this is actually the very point. I'm going to tell you a story. I think it was in 2018, and I started getting into blockchain, Bitcoin, and so on, and I was very excited, very excited. So I went back home. Spent time in Cameroon, spent time in Abidjan, etc. And I started talking to some of the elders. I said, there is this great thing called blockchain, right? Because you don't need a central party, everything gets automated, and then it says that it's yours, right? And they look at me, they say, sit down. They say, petit. Comment on dit au pays, là, petit. Assieds-toi. So they sat me down and they say, look, so you guys think you've invented something? I said, no, but it's going to help us and they say, look, so before the white colonizer came, right, we didn't have city halls, right? When a child would be born, you'll bring 4 or 5 elders, right? And they would say, they are the witnesses and the guarantors that this child not only will take care of him, but it's the child of this person. Same for land. But the point they would get more than 3 or 4 is if 2 pass away or are not available, you still have 3. That's the exact same model that blockchain works. Blockchain, for people who never really understood, why is it efficient? It's just when a transaction happens, you don't need a notary who can falsifier les trucs, right? Who can, change a document. It's stored in hundreds of computers around the world at once. What it means is that you're not going to go and hack 100 different computers to change that information. It means that when it's happened, every following transaction is stored in and then you have the trace. That's why you have traceability. It's very important to understand that. And you'll understand later why I'm going back there. So blockchain is actually a mathematical interpretation of a spiritual principle.
where the collective supersedes the individual, where Ubuntu, where I am because we are. That's why we chose this name. Because it's the very essence of what makes us human as a community. You don't exist in isolation. It's a technological expression of the principle of interdependence that makes it robust, because we all have a consensus that this is what's happening. I don't need a notary. I don't need a corrupt mayor. I don't need all of that. The community has said, right? Now, let's go back. Let's fast track to what you said about our values. I'm going to sing you a song. And I'm sure you know this song. You talk about culture, right? Zamina mina, waka waka, zamina mina zangalewa. Anyawam, Who sang this song? Okay, you're American, so maybe you don't know. Okay, Europeans here? Because it was actually Shakira. People would say Shakira, right? But no, it wasn't Shakira. Cameroon band. And my dad played with them. Right? No, I mean, and those guys, what is very interesting, the world thinks it's Shakira. So every time they say Zamina Mina, they say Shakira. I say, no. It's a Cameroonian band. And I was, yeah, right? I was like around 9-10 years old. And then now people think it's Shakira. So and now that's the problem. Our culture, our history, and our values were stolen. Now, Michael Jackson, right, exactly, right? And those guys, they played with my dad again. It's funny. So, but why am I saying that? Is because the only if at the time this band, and they died poor, by the way, literally poor and homeless. Those guys, and this song was a huge hit when we were younger, right? But Shakira is the one, enjoying the money and the life and the show, etc. But if we had blockchain, if we had distributed ledgers back then, those artists, they would have just put that song on chain. And forever, people would know that it's theirs, because you can't change, you can't tamper. The point of NFTs, for instance, intellectual property, our music, our art, etc. You put it on chain. That's why I'm so big on blockchain. It's not just to tokenize materials things. Is it our wealth? Now you can monetize it. Let's say you're an artist, right? And you don't have a producer, but you have a community who likes your music, right? Or who likes your painting or whatever. So they would fund you, decentralized again, and say, for every record that you're going to sell, and we fund you on chain, then we're going to get a piece of it, and your culture, your music goes out. And the reason why I'm taking music is because I grew up in, right? It really what fed me when I grew up. So do you know that 98% of the music in the world has African roots? Do you know Africa only has 2% of the revenue of the music industry? Not even less, 1%. So the point that why we're going there, we start with what people know. But then you can apply it to so many other things. And this is our chance where even if you're a country that has no gold, no lithium, nothing, talent is equally distributed on the planet. And our cultures, our history, that's why we're going to go. And I started personally to go and see the ancient wisdom back home, for them to put that wisdom, because it's not on internet. But if I put it so that nobody comes and steal it, all the plants, the pharmaceutical industry, where does it come from? The plants, they come all mostly from Africa, Latin America, as a healing for pharmaceuticals, because we never put it on chain. But if we did, imagine all the revenues that we would get from all those medicines that are sold in the world. So actually, when we say funding Africa's growth, that's where technology changes everything. That's where we have that unique opportunity, once in a lifetime, to go and put virtually our wealth is not just material, like you said. But before we couldn't. And it's not just internet. Internet is nice, but I can put the same thing as you did on internet and nobody would know, or nobody would know that it's yours. Why you use Web3 and blockchain is that it's tamper-proof. It says on this particular day, that particular person put that particular intellectual property on that particular platform, and nobody can question it. And now, because nobody can question it, it has value. I can fractionalize the right to that. or I can fund for that. Okay. I think we get a bit of time. I get scared when those people get in the room.
No, we're getting
So I hope it answered your question.
I think so. And I think one, just macro idea to plant a seed here is, gold is not living and the land is not necessarily living as an acre. But if we start to map to biologic systems, you're going to end up with a different result. And so instead of just tokenizing the acreage, the hectare, what if you tokenize the biodiversity on the hectare?
Biodiversity, of course. I mean, that's a no-brainer. I mean, we start there. Look at Gabon, right? Carbon finance, everything. That's right. The first thing we tokenize, yeah.
Yeah, instead of the carbon, the biodiversity that produces the carbon, right? And so carbon is reductive. We just have to be very careful when it's a physics phenomenon that you're mapping to, then it doesn't work. Really, if it's a biologic,
in those regions, Congo Basin, I actually studied
biologic.
So you're right on point.
And also the idea of children. What if the mother is seen as valuable for producing the biodiversity of 6 children who will produce all the music of the future?
I'll let you lead with that one.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
We're wrapping up. Just before we wrap up, we've talked a lot about the innovative ways that we can finance growth in Africa. But what would you say are needed? Some of the change that are needed in the existing financing systems at the moment, just quickly for.
Oh, I would say first, for instance, we are, I would say, a 75-year company, and for 45 years ago, we invested in a country where the deputy prime minister were killed in the bombing, and people was like, "Oh wow, you should not go there," etc. And it was 45 years ago, and there were 500 deaths in this bombing, and that country was Spain. So we invested in Spain, and today it's one of our most, where we develop winery there, and we produce more than 25 million bottles and export in 55 countries. So to me today is like to change the mindset and say, okay, give a kind of good, try to make Africa, people know Africa as it is, investment destination. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Cedric, go ahead.
So I'll be brief as well. I think key points to take here is be advocates of what's coming up, because the more you be very tamper-proof and saying like, yes, it can work, it's tamper-proof, it works, and believe in it, because this is really the future and we are here to bring it together.
No, thank you so much. Thank you all for joining us today and for such a lively session. And I hope we have been able to present some revolutionary ideas in how we can actually grow Africa's finance. Let's think outside the box and, like he said, advocate for Africa's growth. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me salute the courage of the founder of the African House and all the coordinators, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, DCFR. When I first received the invitation from Africa House to speak at this gathering, my mind was immediately drawn to a vivid picture of Africa's energy journey. I thought about the untapped potential and our vast natural resources, the resilience of our people, and the dreams of abundance that we all share for our continent. This invitation was more than just an opportunity to speak. It was a call to action, a chance to join forces with like-minded leaders and stakeholders to reimagine Africa's energy future. It is my pleasure to address you today at the Africa House here in Davos. This gathering symbolizes the collective determination of Africa to secure a brighter and more sustainable future a future where energy is abundant, accessible, and a driver of inclusive growth across our continent. The title of today's session, Accelerating Africa's Energy Transition and Leapfrogging from Scarcity to Abundance, speaks directly to both the challenges and opportunities that lie before us. Energy is not merely a sector. It is the foundation upon which every ambition for economic transformation and human development rests. Africa is at a pivotal moment as the world seeks solutions to the intertwined challenges of energy security, climate change, and economic inequality. Our continent has a natural, unprecedented opportunity to lead. Africa is blessed with vast natural resources, abundant natural gas reserves, rich renewable energy potentials, and increasingly innovative youthful population. Together, these assets position us uniquely to transition from energy scarcity to energy abundance while charting a sustainable and inclusive path. However, realizing this vision requires decisive actions and strategic partnership. It calls for the alignment of policies, investment, and innovation that bridge the gaps between aspiration and implementation. In Nigeria, under the visionary leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we are redefining our approach to energy development through a balanced mix of resources. Our Decade of Gas initiative underscores the critical role natural gas plays as a transition fuel, driving industrialization, improving access to clean energy, and reducing emission, which of course mitigate climate change. We have also launched significant projects like the African Atlantic Gas Pipeline Project, which not only strengthen regional collaboration, but also provide sustainable energy solutions for global markets. Across Africa, we see similar initiatives gaining momentum. Countries are pioneering geothermal, solar, wind, and hydropower projects that set benchmark for innovation and sustainability. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement offers a framework to harmonize energy markets and facilitate cross-border collaboration, enhancing energy access to all Africans. Yet, to achieve this ambition, we must address critical barriers. Financing remains one of our most pressing challenges. This is where the African Energy Bank comes into focus. The Africa Energy Bank is a groundbreaking initiative designed to bridge financing gap in the continent on oil and gas industry. By providing innovative funding, solutions, and de-risking projects, the Africa Energy Bank ensure that Africa energy projects receive the capital they need to thrive. Technology transfer and capacity building are equally essential to ensure that African nations are not merely consumers, but co-creators of the solutions that will power our future. Today, I call on all stakeholders, government, international organizations, the private sector, and civil society to deepen their commitment to Africa's energy transition. This is not just an African priority. It is a global imperative. Energy abundance in Africa will not only transform lives on our continent, but will also provide stability and growth to the global economy. Let us work together to ensure that Africa's energy journey is defined by innovation, equity, and resilience. Let us commit to accelerating this transition in a manner that lifts millions out of poverty, create jobs, and safeguard the environmental decadence for future generations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the road ahead is demanding, but the determination is worth every effort. Africa stands ready to leapfrog into a future of energy abundance, powered by collaboration and guided by sustainability. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the deliberations that will be going on today. God bless us.
Today we have the the honor and the pleasure to welcome on this fireside chat Mr. Akinwole Omorobio third. Right. So first of all, thank you so much. Round of applause for Mr. So I call him Wole. So I've never had the chance to kind of get the full name. So please apologies on that one. So sorry. For me, it's and for Africa House on behalf of Africa House team, we're very excited to have you today as a partner, but also as an icon and a role model and a pioneer in the energy space. Right. So I've had the privilege actually to know you for almost 20 years now, when you were really ahead of everyone in that space. It was in the IFC days when we were at the World Bank, and then also with GE. And for those at GE at the time, you know, energy, of course, was very, very big, and Wole was literally the champion that the whole organization had identified as the person who could literally transform the energy sector in Africa. Started in Nigeria, did projects in Benin, and now all over the continent. And you recently signed a massive partnership with USAID and other partners for $10 billion to effectively transform the energy sector on the continent. So please, another round of applause for this, because I can tell you, we've done an energy deal on the continent. Striking something like this is quasi impossible. Even getting $100 million in energy, because it's such a complex sector with so many factors, and the fact that you've been chosen, not just by those large institutions, but also African leaders to effectively drive the energy revolution in Africa is quite an accomplishment. And I can tell you also that he was literally at the time the only African who really had the courage to take on that sector head on. And fast track, a decade or so later, you've become the Elon Musk of Africa when it comes to the energy sector. So we count on you. So next thing is going to be rockets. You never know. You have the energy for it, you know. So without further ado, I had a few questions for you. So in order for the audience to also understand the man behind the vision, and also the magnitude of what you've achieved and the approach you've put in place to effectively execute it. I've had the chance to know you personally. I know you're somebody extremely rigorous. Like you somehow more than a German. When Wole has a plan and his execution and his approach to it and the precision and the way the team is organized is really stellar, right? And I think the world would gain so much more, and African entrepreneurs you should write a book actually
right? About your recipe and how you operate, because that's why you've been so successful. You don't leave anything to chance. And the way you plan, the way you organize, and the way you structure, the level of governance that you also put in your structures is world class. And I've worked in high governance organizations, right? Without being bureaucratic too. So you manage efficiency and precision. So congratulations on that. My first question is, what role do you see yourself playing in creating Africa's new energy future? And how success in the energy sector is linked to inclusive growth?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Honorable ministers in the room, captains of industry, friends, brothers and sisters. Just stand on existing protocol. I thank my brother Hamadou for that very vigorous introduction.
It's true.
I was saying to myself, is he describing me or Elon Musk? But I think that I also want to thank the African House. I think what you're doing is phenomenal. I mean, it's selfless to be able to create a platform where Africans, leaders, business people, non-profit and interested parties can come together and actually have this level of dialogue. And that frankness is very important. And so I'd like to thank you, Amadou, thank my brother Kojo, and thank all of the sponsors and all of the active drivers behind the Africa House. Of course, we won't be here without WEF, so that's why we all gathered. But as we talked about yesterday, Mamadou, I hope that you take it beyond WEF.
Of course.
We should gather in Africa, not just in Europe. So more to your point, personally, I believe that you cannot have an enduring enterprise. You cannot have a society to really have that peaceful coexistence and productive life of its citizens if there's no clean energy infrastructure. So I truly believe that it is not business. I believe it's a right to live. And unfortunately for all of us, we just have one life. So, and I don't believe it's something you play politics with. So to that extent, my commitment and that of Genesis to investing in Africa development projects goes beyond profit. It has to be profitable, of course, because ultimately you're attracting capital. And if it's not profitable, it's not going to be sustainable. So to that extent, we'd like to develop projects that serve communities, serve countries that ultimately, on the least cost basis, can deliver clean energy to those that truly need it, which is the Africans that we serve. And straight to your questions, we believe there's a direct nexus between socioeconomic advancement and electricity supply. So I'll just take two countries. And again, please, for my leaders and elders in those countries, this is intended to be a learning curve. It's not intended to hype anybody or beat anybody up. But if we don't compare each other and if we don't learn from what others are doing better, then we're never going to advance. So if you take Cape Verde, and you take its neighbor to the west, Mali, for example, Cape Verde has got a population of about 600,000 people, so just below 600,000. Mali is over 23 million. Mali is blessed with enormous resources, especially gold and all sort of critical minerals. Cape Verde export primarily just fish and crustaceans, so not much going on there. But today, Cape Verde has electricity supply rate in the country of over 90%. Mali is hovering just over 50. The electricity tariff in Mali is around 23 cents in US dollars because of the mixed reliance on heavy fuel and that of small hydro. And that of Cape Verde is entirely almost on diesel. Wow. So it's one of the highest electric tariff rates in the continent at over 31 cents. But here's the nexus, just to answer your question with data. Cape Verde has GDP per capita of over $3,600. Mali has just above $700. If you look at the average per capita of electricity consumption in sub-Saharan Africa, so take out Egypt, take out South Africa, because those two gorillas have over 52% of electricity consumption on the continent. So they're just big. So we just leave them aside for a while. But if you take the 48 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, we have an average per capita electricity consumption of 485. That of our neighbors in South Africa is over 2,400. The average global is over 3,000. So here's what we want to get to. At the very minimum, can we just opt from 485 kilowatt of electricity per capita consumption to just South Africa's at 2004? That gap in itself, it's the bottle is half full. Because when it's half full, you can only pull it up. When it's half empty, it's going down. So to that extent, we see that nexus that the more clean energy a country has, a community has, the more socioeconomic advancements, socioeconomic activity, and just the more better, higher standard of living for the people.
So the question then is, there's always been this issue on the energy sector about attracting investment, right? You've managed something that nobody has ever done before, not just in Africa, I mean globally. Yeah, and I've been in that space for long enough. What do you think is needed to actually attract more investment on the continent?
I mean, there's so many things. So I don't have a silver bullet. But I do believe the first is the will.
Okay.
You have to want it. A
Fair
lot
enough.
of people wish things.
Is it political will or is it just like...
It starts from individual.
Yeah.
My experience from African government is that they have the political will.
Okay.
You heard the Honorable Minister speak, right? He's mapped up a raft of just the benefit that gas, the sheer volume of gas from Nigeria. Nigeria's gas alone, by the way, is the biggest on the continent.
Yes.
The combined gas of Nigeria, Egypt, and Algeria can serve the entire Africa and Europe. So the will is there. But the government is a collection of people. The government didn't come from planet Pluto. So the government in Nigeria is with the people. So it's the will of the people, not just the government. The government is just but a tiny piece. They're just enablers. It's we developers, the financiers, and the innovators that is meant to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so of all sectors I've been involved with, and I think most, energy is the hardest. Energy is literally the hardest. So what kind of will, I mean, you know that it is the toughest industry because there's so many parameters.
Yeah.
Right? Regulatory, environmental, infrastructure. So what kind of will is needed? I mean, I don't think people don't want electricity, right? They want it. So maybe it's also the will in terms of entrepreneurs, right? So how do we get more or enable more energy entrepreneurs?
So let me cascade that.
Yeah.
When I say the will, that's just been, frankly, just been very peripheral.
Okay.
There's a lot that goes in there, right? So, but the first thing is the will. You've got to want it.
Yes, of course. It takes heavy will.
Yeah, because when you want it and you know exactly what you're doing, if you want to cross the desert and you think it's fun, because when you watch James Bond movies, he crosses nice cars,
looks cool, yeah.
And he has this blonde girl next to him. It's hard work.
Yeah.
So the first thing is that you must know that energy is not for the get rich quick.
That's
if that's your ambition, please just get out of the sector. It's service.
Service. Yeah.
So, and when you have the will to serve, you go
Fair
to
enough.
every length legitimately possible to learn the business, understand the fundamentals, and acquire the resources. But it's always going to be tough.
That's very powerful what you say, is the will to serve, right? And then the question in this case is, what is the perfect enabling environment? So let's say you go to a country, and I know you probably haven't met the perfect environment, but let's get a wish list. We have honorable ministers here, right?
Yeah.
And for my side, I've been on the funding part, right? I've been trying to kind of help people like you, but also dealing with heavy constraints from the financing point of view. But when, let's say, your perfect scenario, and what would you need from, let's start with decision makers, leaders, and those two categories, leaders and bankers / investors.
Forgive me if I'm very selfish. I'm going to start from Nigeria.
No, I mean, you're Nigerians at the end of the day, right? So nothing wrong with that.
So I believe that Nigeria has one of the most enabling environment for energy on the continent. And I'm going to talk about the other three. And again, please, guys, forgive me if I speak too frankly. So what the Nigerian government today has done, and successive Nigerian governments have really prioritized the energy sector. It just hasn't worked. But that's not a lack of will of government. It's actually more on us in the private sector. So the policies are there.
True.
The enabling environment is there. They put in the laws. They put in even incentives, all sort of things. So if you look at the Nigerian sector today, there's one thing the current Nigerian president has done. He came in and he was just gone blazing, right? This guy wasn't talking. The first thing he did was what previous government had tried to do for 10 years and they failed. It was a market-driven tariff.
Fair enough.
That's the first, but that was the most important thing.
Yeah, tariffs.
Because why would you invest? Why would I go to the UK and say to my co-investors, please deploy your hard-earned money, your taxpayers' income or whatever, and just put it at risk in Nigeria? They have to have returns. They must make sure that money comes back. So the first thing is the tariff in Nigeria.
Yeah.
It moved up from less than 5 cents. Today, it's over 14.5 cents. It's still not there yet. But today, you can deliver energy in Nigeria at the lowest price possible below the national grid.
It makes the sector viable.
Yes.
Yeah.
It makes gas viable.
Gas viable. Yes.
So today, I can deliver gas plant, and I'm doing that at 180 naira per kilowatt hour versus the grid at 209.
Correct.
So Nigeria is one. Please, Mamadou. The second is South Africa. And again, I'm going to pick just one thing the government has done there. It's removed requirement for license from 10 megawatts to over 100. And I can't announce it yet, but late last year, we signed a 100 megawatt PPA peak in South Africa.
PPA peak, okay.
Yes. Now, if I had to go through the regulatory process to get license, it would have taken 5 years.
It's going to take 5 years.
So I'll just leave you with those two for now.
So the two key things, so I'll take actually in terms of best practice is economically viable tariffs, right? And a flexible regulatory environment for energy enterprise.
Correct.
Right? Which then allow distributed energy to effectively flourish better and get you, for instance, to do the peak, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, in terms of evolving into how can the extractive sector make the core obligations of supplying power in the countries they operate?
I'm glad I have one of my big brothers here, so I'm going to attack him on that. So really, the mining sector, just like the oil sector, is a critical bedrock for so much of our working capital on the continent.
Okay.
And mostly it's a private enterprises. So to that extent, they're motivated anyway to be more efficient in how they contract power. Some people use diesel, some use grid-fed, but a host use captive power. So I believe that to look at the nexus between energy and mining, mining could be a great enabler.
Yes.
Where my brother, for example, contract a South African company to provide him what he needs, let's say that is 50 megawatts.
Yes.
And that becomes the anchor customer. And he can say to him, I want you to give additional 20 megawatts to the grid or to the community by using me as that anchor customer. So from 50, it goes to 70.
Okay, so then you have an offtake in this case, right?
But then the offtake that enables more power to be given to the grid.
Fair enough. So then you have an integrated economy that actually serves the country.
Correct. And serve the people.
And serves the people.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Now the question also is, to what extent can Africa microgrid to its way out of power poverty?
It's doing that already.
Okay.
I'm going to start
Yeah, I would love to.
I'm going to do that in Nigeria again. So Nigeria was ahead of the market.
Yeah. But it took them a while to get it right.
Yeah, but 10 years is nothing. It's a blip in infrastructure world.
That's true.
So we also must face reality.
That's true. Yeah. It's about service.
It's an iteration. Listen, innovation works through iteration.
Fair enough.
And iteration takes time.
Yes.
But we're there now in Nigeria.
Definitely.
Right? But let me tell you about the microgrids in Nigeria.
Yes.
We run the largest mini grid in West Africa. It's a 16 point. Actually, it's
interesting.
Yes, for over 10 years. Now, if you look at what that mini grid has done for other businesses in Nigeria, we have one of the best performing rural electrification agencies on the continent, REA.
REA, yeah.
This guy is
I was there when they were setting up, yeah.
They're a strong enabler.
Yeah.
They're enabling young men and women to be able to set up businesses for as less as $2,000.
And now this leads to my point, and I think we had that conversation a decade ago. When you look again, which is the telecom sector, right? Africa leapfrogged fixed line and got into mobile. And I've always been a strong believer that
the microgrid model and the energy enterprise and mobilizing energy entrepreneurs along the same lines that you did with, with towercos and distributors, etc., would be the way out of our challenges without relying on that one central party. What more do you think should be done to accelerate that?
I think that a couple of innovative things. I believe in thinking outside of the box. To solve the problem with Africa, you cannot standardize solutions from Europe and America and the rest of the world to just plant it there. Africa also is not one country. It's not one country. Over 54 countries. Even in Nigeria, for example, we have over 86 languages. So there's a lot to be done in terms of innovation. But specifically for mini-grid, and I'm sorry I digress, why I love mini-grid and off-grid and solar business, solar alone in Africa can create on an annual basis over 2.5 million new businesses every year. Now, those
2.5 million guys, take note. No, it's big.
Gas is even worse or better. Gas is over 10 million, right, on an ongoing basis. So, but what I love about the mini-grid business is that it democratizes infrastructure development.
Exactly.
Not just the big guys.
Yes, and that's the whole point.
Should be involved.
And especially we were talking about Nigeria. The one thing about my Niger boys is that they have a sense of they're hustlers, right? So for the enterprise,
I think you meant to say enterprise.
Yeah, sorry. I got a bit over myself on the words, but basically, yeah. And if we gave people the chance to effectively enterprise, effectively create mini businesses and serve the communities, that's how you would effectively fast track.
10 to 15 million young Africans have been put into the job market every year.
Yeah.
Where are you going to feed these people? The energy sector, the mini-grid, the off-grid is one of those places. So you have to make sure that whilst you're doing the big stuff and going to big grid, Genesis doing his 100 megawatt there, 500 megawatt, you got to enable those small businesses, those guys with so much energy, so much talent to be able to thrive.
So I have a question for you within this thing. The one thing, how do we get the best practice to scale? And that has been my main issue in terms of there is something very transformative happening in Nigeria and you're at the forefront of it. Right? You're at the forefront. It's okay. I know you're humble, but it's a fact. You've been driving it, you've been preparing it, and you've also been sharing best thought leadership, right? You just didn't come in as an entrepreneur. You provided the thought leadership in terms of this is the best way we could effectively scale, right? And address the energy poverty. Is there a way, because you have all those energy meetings, etc., but how do we fast track that acceleration for those 2.5 million jobs and for the gas, the 10 million? Because we have a demographic dividend that could also be a time bomb.
Correct.
And you're coming up with solutions that could effectively address them, that even people like me, who kind of are familiar with that space, are not so privy to.
Yeah.
What is, from a Genesis point of view, also that positioning that could effectively share that wisdom?
I think the first thing for me would be if I had the ear of a president, which I don't. But if I do, the first would be government enablers. So as a government in Africa, you have to declare state of emergency in the power sector.
Okay.
As a continent.
That's the
AU should do that.
Yes.
Without
energy, we can't do anything.
Yeah.
Literally, right?
You can't even have hygiene.
Yeah.
It's hygiene.
Yeah.
So the basic thing, listen, a guy that lives on $1 a day, goes out there, buys food, couldn't finish it. What do you think he's going to keep it? He's going to take it home, put it in his room. He has no fridge.
Yeah.
Even when he does, there's no light. That food is going to fester, but he's going to eat it the next day. So just the basic, energy is everything. So the first thing I would say, state of emergency.
Okay.
Just the same way when Europe was rebuilt with the Marshall Plan, it was a state of emergency.
State of emergency.
So we got to do that as a people to say that, guys, let's fix this damn thing. Enough of this politics.
Very good. And what would it take to set up that state of emergency?
Enablers.
Okay.
Which is government. Developers, which would deliver. Financiers, which will strengthen. Without those three, it's very difficult.
Oh, this is great. And what is your message to stakeholders, investors, governments, others in the energy sector
And how can they contribute to the realization of a clean energy future?
Collaboration, one word.
You think they don't collaborate enough now?
We don't. We have to change the mindset. We have a very bad mindset on the continent. So we got to view people that succeed as trackers, yes. Right? They create
trailblazers.
Yeah, they create that path for you.
Yes.
For 10,000 others who even do better. So we got to stop that pulling down syndrome. It's very bad.
Yeah, PhD.
So for me, that's the first thing that needs to change. so that's the first thing. Then the second is that we need to understand that my weakness is not necessarily a demeaning of my person. I should leverage your strength. And this is where collaboration is very important. So someone in this room who's not in the energy sector may have that idea, that thought, that creativity that I might need. And none of us in the sector is actually thinking about it. So we have to be able to collaborate effectively. We have to have the approach to be able to think outside of the box without having fixation around mindset. And I do believe that where charity begins at home, and we as Africans are actually investing heavily in the energy sector, we're collaborating strongly. Our brothers and sisters in the West and in Europe and in the Middle East and Far East will join.
So my last question would be, today, 21st January 2025, right? The theme of Africa House, led by Shanti Kodro, myself, and when we had this conversation was Africa, the future lives here. I want to pick you 10 years from now, because 10 years ago, I was sitting with you and you could see the future. You could see the future of energy. You could see what was needed and you stuck with it, right? And you were very consistent. Now, my question for you is 10 years from now, 2035, right? What does success look like for us?
I'll put it back to numbers. So 10 years ago, 2015, solar, the average per megawatt cost of solar to build a solar project was about $2.5 to $3 million per megawatt.
Correct.
Today it's down to $800,000 to $1.2 million.
It's been divided by 3.
We have an average per capita of 485 kilowatt.
Yes.
I would love to see in 10 years for us to get to 3,000 per capita consumption of electricity. That's number one. Number 2,
3,000
yes
kilowatt per capita.
Correct.
Which would be above South Africa and close to
Europe.
To Europe.
Which is the average.
Which is the average, global average. Yeah.
On the global average. So that's number one, what I would love to see. God bless their life. The second, of course, for me is the enablement to find a way to localize majority of the production, even with mining.
That's critical. Localized production and beneficiation.
Because let me tell you why that's important. It's going to drop that production cost even further.
Very true.
From 800,000, who knows, maybe to 200,000.
And indeed, we have the single market and the largest single market in the world. So there is a market for it that would help justify those industries of transformation.
And when we see that, I retire to academia.
You're already in academia.
Yes, but I retire.
Professor at Oxford and so on. So
then I retire fully to academia.
Okay. But this leads me to, 2 more questions. No, because look, there is one thing, and the whole point, when we sat with Shanti Kodro discussing this Africa House is, how do we amplify Africa's voice? How we amplify the great things that we do? Then why do you want to wait for academia? Why don't you write a book now or an essay or something that the whole industry could learn from? Because at the end of the day, you're already doing that for the next generation in Oxford, right? Our role here, we amplify, right? And we're happy to work with you the best we can and in seeing how we can amplify those best practices. Because it's not that people sometimes don't have the will. What I've realized, and that, is that sometimes they just don't know.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
And that is something where, we talk about Elon Musk, and like I said, you're the Elon Musk of energy in Africa.
In terms of talking.
No, in terms of doing and making things happen, right? Here is the thing, at some point, he kind of distributed all the patents for the
other electric vehicles.
Electric vehicles.
Yes.
And guess what? It literally
fast-tracked the whole industry. BMW started following, etc. Since you are Elon Musk for energy on the continent, is there a way where your brain power, right,
Yes.
and your willpower, because those are the two key things that makes you exceptional,
100%.
right? To be put, no, it's true, right? To put it in a way that others could learn from, but also decision makers could see this is why and where it worked, and this is what needs to be done for it to work. So that then we save 3 years of learning for many people, and this objective of in a decade can effectively be executed.
I do agree with you. There's an African proverb that elders plant trees under whose shade they will never sit.
Beautiful.
That's what we should.
That's what Africa, and it's service. And because you've been of service from the very first day you started this journey, and we're very grateful to you for that. So thank you very much. Thank you, Wale. A round of applause. Thank you. So I think we have the minister. So we're going to call on stage Honorable Minister of Petroleum, Mr. Heineken. Sorry, I'm trying to look exactly. Mr. Heineken Lokpori. Lokpobiri, sorry. To join us on stage for a quick keynote. I think. I don't know if he's arrived or not.
He's not here yet.
It's not here yet, right? So then we'll then join the panel on energy transition, led by a very, very powerful lady from South Africa who's passionate about the topic and who's been moving mountains for quite a while, also to transform Africa for the better. Ipeleng Selele, I'm going to call you on stage so that you can then invite the panelists on stage. Thank you. A round of applause for Ipeleng, please.
Thank you, Mamadou. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ipeleng Selele, and I have the pleasure of moderating my panel this morning. And just a quick intro about who Ipeleng Selele is. I've known Mamadou for probably 25 years. And together we have been intentional and strategic in contributing to the betterment of Africa. And why I'm here is I am the chairperson of BRAIN South Africa, appointed by President Cyril Ramaphosa. And I'm an entrepreneur in energy. I serve on Siemens Energy Board, listed in Frankfurt. I serve on Telkom, Pty Ltd, which is also a listed entity. I also serve on an energy fund, 6 billion fund, the first fund to be managed by 2 females in South Africa. And we own a few assets in LPG gas, and also we distribute LPG gas. And we're in the process of developing green hydrogen, a project in green hydrogen with a few mining companies. And also thirdly, and lastly, we are in the process of developing our first LNG terminal in South Africa, the very first in Richards Bay. And I've been fortunate to be probably the first women, and not the only. I'm hoping that there'll be many others that will follow after me. So watch the space with our LNG project in South Africa and Richards Bay. So with those few words, I am honored to be moderating a session that is obviously is going to be championed by experts. And I'd like to call onto our stage Ntate Mhlomi. Such a pleasure to see you, Ntate. Good morning. And Mr. Themba Mkhwanazi, thank you for being with us. And I think Akin has already said that he wanted to challenge you. And I think many people would like to challenge Ntate Mkhwanazi. Thank you. I'm not sure if it's Akin joining us. Akin?
Yes,
would like to please have you on stage. And I know Sahar was having challenges, right? And who else? So we're not going to replace her. We'll find the gentleman. Okay, so I'll be the flower then amongst thorns. Make this panel a bit more beautiful, and at least diversity is quite key.
Yeah.
So it's something I always look out for as we're going through the sessions. And I look at the panel and I say, gosh, not in this day and age, we've got to have women. So at least I'm here to do justice to our females. So ladies and gentlemen, I think I've introduced, we already know Akin, a dear brother, dear friend, very interesting. I liked your point around the mini grid in terms of us as entrepreneurs being willing to serve. That's really powerful, and that's what was very touching. Because of course, coming from the LPG sector, before we got to where we are, the fact that clean cooking, for me, and as you can imagine, for many African families, how women are the ones who are supposed to actually provide, most of them are actually the providers of those families. And clean cooking is quite key, and that's why LPG is important for us. So thanks for that. That was quite powerful.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to go into the statistics. In fact, I was just talking to one of the ladies outside to say, when I moderate sessions, I'm an entrepreneur, very restless creature, as you can imagine. I would like us to get straight into the gist of why we're here. I'm not going to tell you what IMF is thinking of us. I'm not going to tell you what IEA is saying about us. I'd like us to really get into it, because if we know that implementation is it's actually fundamental for Africa, I'd like us to spend more time talking about the solutions, understanding where the barriers and challenges are, and also food for thought for us, I think, that we must take away is also to understand what at least each key individual and expert, what is it that they're doing, where they are, the markets that they come from, so that at least we can learn from that. Because I think I go to a lot of panels, and my gosh, you sit there and say, but I know that. Don't come and quote McKinsey statistics. Can you just tell me what do we need to do? Where to from here? What next? Give me tangible things that we're doing in those countries. What can we learn from each other? And I think that's what Akin said earlier on. So without further ado, I'm going to give you guys at least 2 minutes or 3 minutes to introduce yourselves, so that we know where you come from. Of course, I know, in fact, I have to say, my mother's from Lesotho. So it is such an honor to be able to moderate this panel where you are on. So can you just give you a few minutes to introduce yourself, Ndate? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maybelline. My name is Mohlomi Moleko, the Minister of Natural Resources in Lesotho, in charge of mining, water, and energy. I'm a chartered accountant by profession and recently turned politician. I think maybe I'll leave it at that. Then we can get into it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Mr. Temba Mkhwanazi, welcome.
Thank you.
What an honor to have you here.
Thank you.
And I liked what Akin said. We expect a lot more, right? We'd love to hear a lot more from the mining sector.
Okay.
Yes, introduce yourself, Ndate. Thank you.
No, thanks, Ipileng. My name is Temba Mkhwanazi. I'm from South Africa. I work for Anglo-American, large mining company that most of you will be familiar with. And I am the regional director for Africa and Australia. So I'm responsible for our iron ore business in South Africa, our platinum group metals business. So the iron ore is Kumba, platinum group metals business, Anglo Platinum in South Africa, and our steelmaking coal business in Australia. I am a chemical engineer by profession, but of course, have been in the extractives and mining space for the last 30 years or so. So I think I did a little bit of chemical engineering, and that was it, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Temba. A round of applause. Fantastic. Akin?
I think.
And again, super proud of what you've achieved.
Thank you,
and of course, knowing you and knowing how hard you work and how you continue to challenge us to collaborate, it is actually humbling that we are here together.
Thank you.
So may God bless you.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Obviously, we do know that the transition from energy scarcity to abundance is a versatile process. And we do know that it's going to take quite a few things that are going to enable this and ensure that this is successful. And infrastructure development is one of them, which is quite key. Policy certainty is very, very important. And we obviously need this, and social development. And I think Akin alluded to the socio-economic imperatives that we have to ensure that we abide by or deliver on to propel investment. And I think we also understand that this energy transition, it's also a key ingredient in the realization of the Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want. Now, Ndati Mhlome, I think from a policy certainty perspective, I think Akin has touched on so many key fundamentals in terms of what needs to be done, at least coming from the policy side. But not only that, I think regional integration is quite important. We talk about the AFCFTA, and Lesotho is a very, very strategic country, extremely strategic. And as you can imagine, from South Africa's perspective, we've been working with yourselves to look at how we can work together. And of course, looking at your biggest asset, hydro. What do you think we need to do from a policies perspective to enable this regional integration? I know Akin touched on collaboration. What are other key fundamentals that we need to consider to ensure that we're successful in at least ensuring that we accelerate this energy transition from scarcity to abundance?
Thank you very much. I think Lesotho Lesotho and South Africa are a good example of collaboration. I'm not an energy expert, but I want to give you exactly what we are doing, which will give a perspective of why I'm saying Lesotho and South Africa are good examples. Between Lesotho and South Africa, we have a treaty, the Lesotho Highlands Water Treaty, which has 2 articles. One says that we should build dams and tunnels for water transfer to South Africa, and at the same time, for every water that passes, we should generate hydropower. At the same time, it says we should those facilities should be multi-purpose, which means now we have to have potable water, we have to have irrigation systems, fisheries, and so on. So that project, it's quite a good example of how we are collaborating, because at the present moment, within the project, we've built 72 megawatts of hydro, and we are providing water to about 8 million people in the biggest economic hub in Africa, which is the Gauteng region, and also the industrial complex. But in terms of, say, policies towards acceleration of maybe energy, I think we have to have national policies and regulations that are aligned with regional policies, which are maybe under SADC, under the AU and the SDGs. And at the same time, one things that in terms of our own institutions, we have to have things like performance improvement plans for our institutions that generate electricity, and we have to have things like the least cost electricity plans to make sure that at least all the facilities we build are balanced. Because with us at the present moment is that we are building a lot of capacity, and at the present moment we have to now start negotiations with South Africa to sell that power to South Africa. Within the next 2 years, we are probably going to be one of the few countries in Africa that are net exporters of clean energy into the region. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you because I'd like to know more about sovereignty, because we talk about 3 fundamentals. We talk about sustainability, we talk about, of course, energy security, we talk about affordability. So I'll come back to you to maybe unpack that a little bit in terms of what does that mean for Lesotho. Now, Akin, I would like to hear more from you because we understand our challenges around cost of capital. Whilst we do know that we say it is about a feasible and viable business case, then money follows a viable business case. Fair enough. However, we do know that securing funding is a huge challenge, knowing that we have to de-risk most of our projects, as you know. Now, I'd like to understand just a few things from you. Where is this money coming from? Number one. Number two, the terms of this money. Do you really believe that this money or the investment that we're getting, that's coming into at least emerging economies, does it resonate with our dynamics and nuances? Because if an investor comes into my country and does not demonstrate that they've got the ability to understand my local nuance and dynamics, and they come with terms that work well in Europe and not in Africa, what do we do about that? So can you just unpack that a bit?
Yeah, thanks, Ibeling.
Thanks.
I believe that on the funding side of the fence, there are multiple layers of accessible capital. As I said earlier, capital is shy. It's like a beautiful woman. It's not just going to walk up to your table. So to that extent, I believe that you have to make bride ready. That is fundamental, irrespective of the source of capital, whether that capital is local to Africa or is external to it. So that's number one. So you have to do the hard work of the project and just make sure, even for your own money that you're going to put into a project, it's got to be viable. That's number one. Number two is I do agree with you that the perception of risk sometimes is very outlandish. We have a fine gentleman sitting over there in New York, and he reads some data, some analysis, and some thoughts put together by a few people and reports, and he makes his own judgments. And sometimes that could be totally wrong. And to that extent, it's painful for developers on the ground. But here's my experience, and so maybe I can share that. And I'm not an expert in, but I believe that a couple of foreign governments and foreign investors now understands that you can't, one structure of financing doesn't fit at all. So this is the narrative around blended finance. The partnership we have with the US government through USAID, for example, is proven over 3 different tools of funding. So you have to be very dynamic as well, right? So the more hard pressed you are, the better your innovative hardness to be put into gear. So one of the 2 things we've done is we've been able to deploy the US government guarantees to issue one of the largest bonds in the Nigerian stock market. That was 5 years ago. And perhaps that's the first time US government would stand behind a private enterprise. And thankfully, 5 years later, it's one of the best performing bonds on that stock market. That's a combination of many things: hard work, discipline, focus, purpose, right? So for us, it's not about getting rich quick. It's about delivering the service. So so that's one thing that the support we've gotten out of the US government to guarantee a bond. We're credit rated BBB in Nigeria. With the government guarantee from the US government, it lifted us to AAA capital. That's above the sovereign. So we were oversubscribed by over 300%, and we just couldn't take the money. So can you think outside of the box and leverage, not necessarily bring money from the US, bring money from Europe? Could you leverage instrument and tools? So that number one, I would say. So think outside of the box. Number two is that capital is actually available for renewable energy. It's in the trillions of dollars. It's out there. But, and this is why I believe in what my brother Mamoudou said earlier. We need to get the message out there as much as possible. It's not about Akin or Ikbeleng's business. It's the fact that there's no competition in Africa over the next 100 years. Just the sheer vast amount of resources, the sheer enormity of the market to serve. There can be no competition. So it's got to be co-opetition. We've got to co-op together. So I believe that you can raise money through various ways, and I'm happy to put this online, how you can structure capital outside of your own traditional project finance path. Project finance takes forever. You have boxes you got to tick, and sometimes it just doesn't make sense. But that's project finance. But there are other sources of financing that you can do. Now, let me just bring it back home. In Africa, there's so many sovereigns that are putting in place funding instrument tools that local companies can attract and can actually secure. But we have to also, again, do the hard work. It's not for free.
Thanks. So following on to that, Akin, again, as an entrepreneur, it pains me how many, because when you talk about the bottom of the pyramid, as you said earlier on, where we talk big things. I mean, South Africa, as you know, we're talking about modernizing our transmission, right? Our grid. And you walk around and people approach you and say, Ipiling, how do I access funding? You look at DFIs and they will make you wait, where some of our smaller guys end up losing their contracts, right? So we've got that bureaucracy. Now, how can we at least try, when you look at SMEs in particular, what can we do to ensure that they've got access to this funding? Because if you're going to come to me and ask for a collateral and you ask me for a balance sheet, excuse me, my uncle is not Oppenheimer and my uncle is not Rupert either. Where do I get this collateral from? Because I'm not a trust fund baby. So how do we deal with that? And how do you ensure that people who are successful as yourselves, when you sit at the table, you also ensure that you represent the others?
I think you're talking about democratizing finance.
Yes.
And I do agree with you that you have to democratize finance in the last month. But again, I'm going to go back to what I said, information. The tools are there. There are a couple of locally fabricated instruments, funding structures. There are those that come from the World Bank. There are those that you have from MFIs on the continent, African Finance Corporation, Afro-Exim Bank, TDB, etc. But in terms of localizing it down to the last mile customer, this is the enablement that has to come from government. I'll take the case of Nigeria as an example. One of the things the Nigerian government has done is that they've created a pool of funding structures that enable last mile customers to come in and take on facilities $10,000 to $100,000. They've warehoused this in various, like the Bank of Industry, National Agricultural Development Fund. So they have all of these multiple agencies that actually, and they do grant these facilities. But are people really aware of it? So I think that information is critical, information dissemination. So one of the things I would say is this, mentorship. Not from outside, mentorship from inside. So you have my big brother Themba here, you have yourself. So can we set up teams of hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs in countries that actually can just give back and just be mentors to these smaller enterprises? So it's all on us. It has nothing to do with the outsiders.
True. So maybe then a recommendation, Celia, to Africa House is what Akin has just alluded to. Maybe a database of those who are ahead and are willing to mentor and coach those who are coming after us. I think it's quite a key outcome. And then secondly, you said something also that I think is going to be useful is to document what you've just said. So there are other sources, other ways of securing funding, but at least maybe we can look at, I don't know whether you call it a portal, right? But let's create that. Let's come up with a portal. And we're able to then put in information there, document and articulate and outline. When other smaller businesses are wanting to secure funding, where do they go? So I think those are two key outcomes. We won't forget, right? Because we're going to hold you accountable at next year's Davos.
Watches at the police.
We're going to hold you because we're here for action, right? We're action people. Talk is cheap, as I always say. Now, moving on to you, Themba. I think one thing that you have not alluded to, which I think it's super important, is that the role that you played Anglo-American, you also are the vice president of the Minerals Council that represents literally probably 80% of our mining sector in South Africa. And super proud of you for playing that role too, because not only, of course, are you an executive, but also being involved where you actually also come up with crafting ideas and contributing towards South Africa's sector, and of course working very closely with the Department of Minerals and Energy. So I just thought I should mention that because I know great people are too humble. So sometimes you just have to put a spotlight on them, right? So thank you for that.
Awesome.
So Themba, the critical mineral story, we've been to so many forums, including all the few COPs that we've been to. The critical mineral story, it differs. It comes from different corners. When you listen to people who come from developed countries, when they talk about the critical mineral story, is very different from someone who comes from a developing market. So it's going to be interesting just to understand from your perspective, what does this really mean? What is this critical mineral story? And they're critical for who? Is it for Africa or is it for the developed countries? So I think you might help us to try and define this critical mineral story, number one. Number two, of course, the mining sector is uniquely positioned to contribute meaningfully to this energy transition. You guys are at the center of it all. And I think, Akim, you said that. So maybe it would be great to just hear from yourself, what are the tangible things that Anglo-American or Minerals Council that you guys are doing to contribute towards this decarbonization or energy transition in a just way? In a just way. So over to you, Timber.
Thank you, Pele. I think first and foremost, it's really recognizing the fact that, you know, when we look at Vision 2063 for the Africa that we want, implicit in that is a prosperous Africa, right? And of course, what will underpin that prosperous Africa is, as has been mentioned by the many distinguished speakers, this element of inclusive growth and sustainable development. And of course, energy is a key ingredient of that. Now, the challenge is that, I mean, if we look at the world over, of the 7 billion population, there's still about, 700 million people who don't have access to electricity. And here's the kicker. 80% of those live in sub-Saharan Africa, which effectively means the 600 million people, about half of the continent's population, with no access to electricity. So, you know, how then do you achieve this Vision 2063? If you also consider the fact that the global population by 2050 will grow by 2 billion from 7 to 9 by 2050, and 50%, 1 billion of those people will come from Africa. So you are adding about 15 million people every year to that 600 million. So clearly, you know, mining is going to play a critical role in that. We have a saying in mining that says, to sustain human development and growth, if it's not grown, agriculture, it's mined. You know, it's either one of the two, effectively. So there's a key role in that. And as we think about the transition to, obviously, you know, the green economy and green energy, you know, mining has a unique role to play in terms of the minerals and metals that it'll provide, and hence the term critical minerals. And of course, you know, depending on who you talk to, they have, you know, a definition of what critical minerals are. But as we understand it, it's effectively the minerals that contribute to that transition. You know, the transition of electrification, the transition to hydrogen, and then of course we are fully aware in terms of what those minerals are. I mean, copper being one, cobalt, graphite. Platinum group metals also play a role as well in that as well. And some of us would even argue and say aspects like, you know, iron ore still play a critical role. Because if you think about a wind turbine, a 3 megawatt wind turbine, it still needs about 300,000 tons of steel, even though it uses about 3 tons of copper. You know, your electrical vehicle still requires about a ton of steel. So those also are quite key in that transition. The challenge, though, is that if you look at the current fossil fuel economy to the green economy requires 5 times the amount of, you know, metals and minerals than a fossil fuel economy, which effectively means our current mining production right across the board has to grow by a factor of 5. Now, here's the challenge. First and foremost, where are these resources going to come from? And if you consider the fact that it takes from concept to first dig about 15 to 20 years to get a mine up, you know, and a large part of that is the approvals and everything else that goes with that. It poses a big challenge. More so if you also consider the fact that these resources, you'll tend to find that there's a lot of infrastructure
that's required in the remote areas that these resources. So it poses a big challenge, but at the same time, it poses, a big opportunity. But when we look, for example, at the amount of copper that's required by the world, we would have to build 63 new mines the size of about 300 kilotons of copper per annum by 2050, as an example, which is really unrealistic, right? So that then poses lots and lots of pressures around sovereign states, around the posture that sovereign states are making in relation to critical minerals, and in relation to the fact that it's really around, okay, well, who has the critical minerals, right? And who processes the critical minerals, and who should have them? And of course, Africa is at the epicenter of this, and Africa has a huge potential and a huge role to play in terms of those critical minerals.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Themba. So I'd like to focus now a lot more on the solutions. And Celia, I am looking to you to note down these solutions that are going to come out of this room. And Mamadou will tell you, I will follow up to know where exactly are we. And I don't mind getting my hands dirty. Mamadou will tell you. In fact, I remember I was highly pregnant with my first son when Africa 2.0 was conceptualized, and ended up in Mombasa, and had forgotten to take my malaria medication, and got there in the name of Africa, fell ill, all because Mamadou said, Ipiling, we better do this thing. And the Ipiling that I am literally took that risk. So people always say my firstborn should be called Africa 2.0. So that's how much I can take it to another level to make sure that we contribute towards the betterment of Africa. I take it very, very seriously. Now, I'm going to rather focus a lot more on the solutions, and I'm going to ask the panelists to give us at least 2 solutions in terms of what is it that we need to do to accelerate this pace from this scarcity to abundance. And I'd like us to note that, Celia. So, Minister, I'd like us to at least, let's just go through those 2 key solutions that you think can help us to accelerate our pace in this just energy transition of ours.
Thank you. I think one of the first things is for governments to have the political will to get it done. This is in terms of the legislative frameworks, upgrade their laws and their regulations, their policies. For instance, we have to have national energy funds. To give an example, in Lesotho, we are currently with the king now, who's running the Just Energy Transition Fund. We've been going around trying to raise funds for that fund, but we are passing legislation to enable us having a national energy fund to make sure that at least there's funding for these projects. At the same time, I think on the ground, the ministries themselves, because I'm talking from government, should actually see that when you look at the energy sector, you have to look at generation, transmission, and then the distribution. I think a lot has been talked about in terms of that. But practically what we are doing in Lesotho is that we, in terms of generation, we are building hydropower plants. We are on our second hydropower plant, which is Oxbow, 80 megawatts. We are building solar farms. We are currently doing about 200 megawatts of solar. 30 megawatts is on grid, and we are balancing it with storage. We are doing wind tests for potential wind farms, which we are going to be building. We are looking at the transmission lines throughout the country. And at the same time, we are discussing with ESCOM to do the power lines from Lesotho to South Africa, because now the excess energy which we will have needs to go into South Africa, into the grid. Now, in terms of distribution, we are also doing mini grids. Just this month, we'll be doing concessions for 10-minute grids, and the total will be about 20. And also, we are doing things like upgrading systems with smart metering. So these are the kind of things we are doing.
Awesome. Excellent news. A round of applause. I like hearing a lot more about the solutions. Well done, Ntate, and we'll be there also to support. And I think that's what I like about what Mamadou does. Everything that he does, we end up becoming a big family and ensuring that we support each other. So we'll also support your efforts. Thank you very much. Well done. And then Themba, practical things that you guys are doing in the mining sector, and then 2 things that you think we can do to accelerate our pace from scarcity to abundance. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe let me start with the latter. I mean, I think for me, there has to be a new way of thinking about this, because it addresses a lot of the challenges like the ones that were alluded to earlier about attracting investment and all that. Because my view is that, sovereign states, within Africa have to have what I would call a total ecosystem, view of energy, right? Not just from what I would term the upstream, which is the generation, the transmission, and the distribution, but also to realize that that is the upstream. There's a midstream, which is the industrialization, right? And then there's a downstream, which then results in the actual goods, right, that come as a consequence of that, whether it's services, it's gray goods, it's white goods, and it's whatever. Because when you start to look at it from that context, and you look at the fact that Africa, from a green economy, is very, very well positioned, as has been said. So if we're thinking about the manufacture of green cars, you start to see the potential that then exists when you start to look at it from that perspective. And then when you start to look at it from, the elevation. I mean, take, for example, as we sit right now, a country like Zambia, 90% of its electricity is hydro. And basically Zambia today can market its copper as green copper, right? Which, is a competitive advantage from any other copper that's produced in the world, right? So already you start to do that. So that's number one. I think number two, which needs to be very, very different, is very much around being deliberate from a collaboration perspective. And by that, I mean regional. And I think it's been mentioned before. I mean, you take Southern Africa as an example, and I'm sure I can use the rest of Africa. You have Lesotho, it's got hydro, it's solar, wind. You have Namibia, it has uranium, it has solar, wind. You have South Africa, solar, wind. You have the likes of the Zambia's hydro, the DRC hydro. If you start to think about the establishment of regional renewable energy ecosystems, you can start to see how these countries can work together and collaborate to find solutions to then create the green industries that are there. And in fact, within our teams on the carbon neutrality perspective within Anglo, our teams have said Southern Africa could be to green energy what Dubai is to oil and gas. That's the vision, right? So the capacity is there. And I think that's really important. And then just to touch on what are some of the things that we're doing. If you take, for example, Anglo-American, in order to satisfy our needs from a electricity perspective, we needed about 1.5 gigawatts of electrical energy. We entered into a partnership with the French company EDF to basically establish a platform of wind, solar, and hydro to produce that energy. As we speak, about 600 megawatts has been to financial close. Our ambition, though, was to build an infrastructure or a platform of between 3 and 5 gigawatts, knowing fully well that whilst we might only need 1.5, then the excess then goes back into the grid to support the country's needs. And a lot more of those type of projects are exactly what we need. But again, our view is that the focus though must not just be South Africa, but regional and include countries like Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and so forth.
Fantastic. And I guess that's how also we can realize the objectives of the AFCFTA actually. Because if our regions are successful, because we talk about AFCFTA and sometimes you ask yourself, okay, how? So I guess the regional approach would help us to at least realize some of the objectives of the AFCFTA. Thank you, Themba, for that.
And can I just add one bit which I forgot?
Okay.
When I was thinking about, when I was talking about this, holistic economic thing, not only then do you leverage the natural, resources of the sun, the wind, the water, but you start to also look at how do you then beneficiate these minerals that obviously as a continent we have in abundance.
Very important.
And you upgrade basically from a beneficiation perspective.
Very important. Green steel, one of them?
Yeah, is an example.
Right? Excellent. Thanks, Themba. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's exciting. It's nice to be part of a session that is so practical. We're very pragmatic in this session. Akin, where to from here? What do we need to do? And Celia, I'm looking at you. You're taking notes, eh? Good. Fantastic. Akin?
Yes. Thanks so much, Ikweleng. Thanks to my co-panelists and thanks to everybody in the room. I believe it's all been said. So I'm just going to re-emphasize the need for collaboration. Collaboration is critical. It's the fundamental to growth for Africa. Governments should collaborate. The enablers, which is what they are, should continue to do better and stronger. The developers that deliver should be better motivated and to understand the sector they're in. It's not to get rich quickly. It is to deliver service to a very important population called Africans. And thirdly, the bankers and the financiers and investors should be more adaptive. So if we can achieve adaptation to what is possible and what is practical in Africa, and government can be better enablers and developers can collaborate, I think that those three value chains will deliver for our people.
Fantastic, Akin. I think the last one that I would maybe challenge you to please pursue is the knowledge economy.
Yes.
The knowledge economy. Because that lack of awareness that you spoke about earlier on speaks to the knowledge economy. Because if you look at how Singapore got to where it is today, and how Singapore, it is super strategic, and Singapore has got lots of think tanks, but of course we have to balance that with execution.
That's true.
So I think what's going to be important is when people see people like yourselves, Themba, and Tate Mutlomi, this side, they resonate. It's more compelling. Yeah. Because it means if you can do it, if you can go and lecture at Oxford University, you can imagine what it means for many up-and-coming professionals. So I think from a knowledge economy perspective, we've got to be a bit more structured, intentional, and get the knowledge out there. And I think you can articulate it in a way that is much more simpler. Correct. Because sometimes I think it's the lexicon that actually almost, people get lost because you're thinking, you're talking big English, but I can't hear you. Can you actually simplify this for me? So I think you guys then can, help us with simplifying and ensuring that the lexicon is what many of our people, knowing our orientation of where we come from, we can actually try and bring it to their level. Oh. You get me? So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'd agree with me. What a powerful panel. And lots to take with us. And I was looking at my time, it's 12:29. Of course, Mamadou and Akin took 10 minutes, so I thought I'm taking my 10 minutes. So I did exactly that. I'd like to thank our panelists. Thank you so much for valuable insights, gentlemen. And also thank you so much, Genesis Energy, for ensuring that this is possible, of course, together with our brother Mamadou. Of course, it's so funny because when we came here, at our meetings, our President Cyril Ramaphosa is speaking this afternoon, and we were just discussing with Themba and the others, and we said, we've got to be here, and we've got to be present. So Themba, thank you for ensuring that we're here, we're present, we enjoy this session, because Africa is key as much as the rest of the world is important. So ladies and gentlemen, with those few words, thank you for being with us, and let's keep in touch, eh? Thank you. Enjoy the rest of WEF. One or two questions. I can see the gentleman is eager to want to. So maybe we can take 2 or 3 years. Yes, please.
I have one question. Maybe tangential. Thank you very much. My name is Ludovic Claude. I'm originally from Cameroon. I'm the water distribution startup company. Maybe tangential. My question is about nuclear power. It seems like there's none in Africa. Maybe in South Africa, there's actually one being operated by South Africa. The question would be: is nuclear power compared? How does it compare to renewable energy, for example, in terms of cost effectiveness and sustainability for African countries?
Okay, maybe let me give that a try.
Great.
I think that the challenge with the nuclear power is the significant upfront capital cost that's required. But obviously, there's a lot of development that's going on around the world where people are coming up with these smaller modular reactors, right? Where that then makes the cost of entry quite reduced. The key though is that renewables are very important, but you need to underpin the renewables with a base load, right? So then you got to say, okay, well, what is base load? The current base load is largely clearly coal and natural gas. The nuclear has a potential, to play in terms of the gas load. When you also then consider, the feedstock to nuclear, uranium, you have countries like Namibia who have vast amounts of uranium. It has to be part of the energy mix, right? As we develop the renewable, because as we always say, it is a just transition. The current technology, obviously, there are challenges with what you do with the waste, right? But at the same time, though, from an emissions perspective, and depending on who you talk to, it's not necessarily the same as fossil fuels, but there are those challenges. But entry cost is the issue.
Great.
I'd like to just add to that a bit. So just as what my brother Katemba said, I believe that nuclear will be part of the mix. But here's where you are. Today, we have an enormity of natural gas that can create major base load. Between Algeria, Egypt, Nigeria, just those 3 countries alone, they can power you in terms of fast track to clean electrons. And so to that extent, I believe that let's make use of what we know and what we already have today. Nuclear is going to come. It's unavoidable. And that, a lot of companies, including Genesis, are investing a lot in that research for the small modular reactors. But that's for tomorrow. But we're here today. So my sense is that in Cameroon also you have access to gas. So how do you get that gas from where it's being produced into parts of Cameroon where it's not available? So you can transport it by liquefying, by compressing it, and so on and so forth. So I will encourage you to research that in Cameroon. How do you move gas from one side to the other?
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. My name is Maximilian Hoffmann. I am president at the Foreign Council on Economic Relations. And you said something very important, that European, also US investors come with their own terms and also regulations. So as we also advise many foreign direct investors on risks and opportunities, that's very important. So because very often national or local terms or regulations are deal breakers, or it's risk. So my question to the panel is, so from your perspective, how can we balance those issues better?
Okay.
I think my big brother Themba has the mic.
You're the finest guy. Do you want to take it first, Minister?
Honestly, it's a very difficult question. Yeah. Well, I've been trying to think that when investors come, one should have a framework. For instance, whether when they come, you have a triple P, or also you should have things like independent power producers frameworks. You should have frameworks whether it should be build, operate, and transfer, whether it's an EPC contract with finance, all those issues should be documented as policy so that we know what to expect.
Thank you. There is a lady there.
Yes. My name is Elizabeth. I'm from the Southern African Times. And my question, don't worry, is very straightforward. How are we going to ensure that these mining sites are ethically compliant?
There are some very well-developed platforms that foster that. So first and foremost, I mean, if you look at the collection of global mining companies, they belong to a mining association, which in many ways dictates for the member companies, how we should mine from a complete life cycle perspective, right? Cradle to grave. The name escapes me just now. ICMM. So that's the global, right? So, and that represents, the largest mining companies in the world. So you've got organizations like the ICMM, and then within countries, you have mine associations like the Minerals Council. You also now have groups like IRMA. Have you heard of IRMA? And IRMA basically is a organization which basically focuses on not quite regulating the industry, but if you are a signatory to IRMA, what you're basically saying is you are committing that the way in which you execute your mining, whether it's exploration, mining, processing and rehabilitation, you follow a set standard which is aligned to the ethics, but also aligned to good practices as per UN, and all those major bodies. So IRMA is one. And what IRMA does is it audits your facility, and then it then gives you a rating in relation to that. And that then gives you, as the investor or as the NGO, confidence that this is a platform. So if you can read up on IRMA, and for us as Anglo-American, we are signatories to IRMA, and about 80% of our mines have gone through that process. And then, of course, for most of our mining companies, we are listed entities, right? And we are signatories to good governance. We are signatories to the stated, UN norms and all that, so as to make sure that we conduct our business ethically. We ascribe to concepts such as sustainability, ESG, and everything else that comes with that. The challenge, though, is that, there are 6,000 mining companies globally, right? Involved in different levels of mining. And you will have a issue, right? And then the entire industry is tainted. But in the whole, the industry that is basically responsible for at least 90% of the economic activity, which obviously are a few companies, probably about maybe 300 or so odd. Most of those are very much, follow those rules and principles.
I have
okay, I'm going to cap it to 5. So it's you and the gentleman and the lady. That's it. Then we're done. And quick, if we can just be succinct and then clear with our questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So my name is Adam Roble, and I'm the Director General of the Somali Development Bank. I have one question for the panel, especially for Mr. Akin. You said and emphasized the importance of collaboration for Africa to, get enrich, efficiency and enrich prosperity, I can say. In Somalia, we have very long coastal line. We have the sunniest, geography, almost I can say, in the world. And the entire country is diesel-based. We have the highest electricity cost in Africa. And we could have used, for example, Genesis-like company, for example, to access that market and collaborate with our, electricity providers to reinvent the market, basically. So how do you see that collaboration that you have mentioned be happening in Africa, and how, for example, a development institution like us can facilitate it?
Thank you so much, Excellency. I believe that I'll re-emphasize what Ikwelenk said, the right information. So I'm very shocked to learn that Somalia, for example, run diesel. Yeah, completely. I wasn't. I was aware of Cape Verde. I did a lot of work and studies there. So thanks for that information. But do you mind, just a quick one, what is that rate, what is that tariff rate that you price to the public?
Actually, the tariff rate is not that high. I think it's 5%.
I see.
Yeah, it's 5%, but the electricity cost is 50 cents.
50 cents
per kilowatt.
All right, so you're higher than Cape Verde.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
So information is important. Frankly, I wasn't aware that not just Somaliland or Somalia has that rate of electrification in terms of cost, but also the fact that the country is open for business.
Yeah.
So my perception of Somalia, and this is could be terribly wrong, is that there are internal issues that have been dealt with. There's a need to encourage more security security of lives, of course, to encourage investors to risk their capital and their skin. So there's got to be more information around how much of that the government has dealt with, because investors, they're not suicide business people, right? So they want to be able to live, to earn, to spend the money they've earned. So to that extent, I believe that if you can make those information more available, the practical steps the government has taken to secure lives, to secure businesses, the sort of initiatives that you have in place, I do believe that you would find a lot of Africans will be happy to just cross the border and include in Genesis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Akin. In the back there.
Hey, thank you very much. My name is Gosbert Chigula, Fund Manager, Sahara Impact Ventures, based out of Accra, Ghana. There's a lot of talk around collaboration and the importance of it to aid a just transition. Obviously, we're day one of a Trump presidency, and in the last 10 hours, we've seen Trump withdraw. There's a list of things, but the highlights have been withdrawal from the World Health Organization and a withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement. This is breaking. We're now moving away again, the second time, from multilateralism. And I wonder, in terms of Africa and aiding a transition, what can Africa do to strengthen those collaborations between countries? Being based in Ghana, I spent last week in Lomé. Crossing the Ghana-Togo border was a nightmare. And that's with an ECOWAS passport. And I wondered, what can we do to strengthen it? There's a lot of kind of lip service paid to the African free trade area. It's coming, it's going to be great, but the practicality of the operation and the political incentives maybe aren't there yet. Over this, as we move away from multilateralism with Trump, what can Africa be doing to aid more collaboration in an increasingly complex world marked by borders which are both soft and hard?
I think that's for government.
Yeah.
Well, I think the first thing to recognize is that the borders we have are fictional. That's the first thing to really recognize. And I think the second thing is for governments to have political will. We have seen that some of the new leaders have actually got that political will, whereby they have scrapped visa requirements for Africans. So if most leaders could follow that example, then we'd have a situation where there's free movement of people because there's no visa requirements. And then if we double down on the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and make sure that the road networks are connected properly, the communication networks, that should not be a situation where you have, for instance, in telecommunications, different codes. You should just have one African code. Then that political will unlock the process.
Thank you, Minister. That was short and sweet. Yes, sis, definitely. Last one. Let's give another sister a chance.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the panel.
He sort of touched on my question. My name is Isabella Shipa. I'm the head private banking and wealth management for FBN, which is the second largest asset manager in Nigeria. Also, I'm setting up a fund which will be democratizing access to investing in Africa as well. That's another conversation. So it's still touching on collaboration, which I think is very important to unlocking the economic opportunities in Africa. I'm just a little worried. All three of you have shared your very positive take on how countries within Africa can collaborate. What I still just haven't, sort of figured out or heard is how are we going to move that needle? Like, how is the collaboration going to take place? Where is the conversation going to take place? Who are the conversations going to happen within? Because we're here now at Davos. We're all going to leave again. I mean, make some networks. But where are we exactly going to have this conversation about collaborating within African countries to unlock this opportunity? So there might not be a specific answer, but this is how I want us to really, think about it. Thank you.
I think I'm happy to, if you don't mind, I don't need to talk about it. I think I'm happy to share my perspective. So first, I want to thank First Bank. Who supported us with over $80 million for some of our projects in Nigeria. So thank you. And I do believe that the subsidiary has paid everything back. So that was we always need to be able to pay back. So thank you for your good business. But I think that the question you ask is already nuanced. Specialization brings productivity.
Yeah.
So as a focused developer, I need to work with governments. For example, I'm going to Lesotho, I'm going to my brother in Somalia, right? They've made promises here. And I'm glad that my sister is writing it down.
Yeah.
So next year is going to grab my, so that's number one. So is that as a specialist in project development, I'm going to focus in grabbing my new ministers. I'm going to stick to my minister in my country and make sure that I support his initiative around gas commercialization. He wants to drive gas, not just across Nigeria, but across the continent, right? But he needs developers like myself. Now, number three, you're a funder. So you're a financier. So you're here. Now you're listening to all of these great conversations. You know the difficulties in the sector. And that's why I use the word adaptive power market. We can't use the risk matrix that the private equity in the UK will use. For you as an African enterprise, you're the same. So you don't have the sovereign risk that the United States government has by financing Genesis in South Africa. You're an African. You're not going anywhere. Well, I hope you're not going anywhere. But yeah, ultimately, we can stay here. No matter the difficulties, we can solve it. But there are tools that we can use at the risk. So if we invest, provided my life is protected, I can go and invest in Somalia, for example, and I mean that with all due respect. By ensuring my investment, I can take out PRI. I don't need the sovereign guarantee from Somalia. I can take out, I can fully protect. It eats into my bottom line, yes, but I can go to bed knowing that no matter what happens, someone is there to take the bucket if the shit hit the fan. Again, excuse my French. So that collaboration in itself is defined by specialization. So as you're setting up a new fund, think of smaller enterprises beyond Genesis that you can support. But you can also mentor, incubate, and help to grow.
Yeah.
Because by doing that, you're serving the country.
Fantastic. You're the last one.
Thank you so much. Greetings, esteemed panelists, guests. My name is Queen Imina. I am an artist, educational leader, and cultural ambassador. I'm representing the African American diaspora in addition to the Jamaican diaspora. Want to ask you all, you touched on a lot of great things and innovative things that are happening with the energy sector. Wanted to ask, how can we engage everything that you touched on in relating that with the culture, in influencing the will of the people to support the new frontiers in energy that you're creating? You touched on a great point in terms of the government is enabling the will of the people, but how can we educate and really touch on what you said in terms of the knowledge economy? How can we positively influence influence that, especially so that the youth of Africa and the African diaspora can fully engage in all of the great frontiers that you're pushing forward, especially in stopping the brain drain in Africa and also re-engaging the African diaspora to return and bring their skills and knowledge to the African continent and the development that's happening as well?
Thank you, Queen. That's a good question. Dr. Mhlomi, can you
Okay.
help us?
I think it's all about, it starts with education, maybe reorganizing our education. I think yesterday I said that in Africa we are known for speaking good English, but not doing agriculture. You find that agriculture is optional in schools. English is mandatory. So we have to change that mindset. We have to have things like innovation hubs for youth to go to and learn. So it's all about education. I'd like to just go back to the other lady who asked about collaboration, because I think maybe I didn't emphasize it enough to say that within the region where we are actually collaborating. I talked about collaboration under the Lesotho Highlands Water Treaty, where we are building dams. The second phase is worth about $3 billion US. And obviously, once the governments collaborate, then once the infrastructure is being built, then other players come in, the commercial players for construction, for financing of those dams. But lastly, we are also collaborating under what we call the ORASACOM, the Orange Sinku River Water Commission, which encompasses South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, and Lesotho. We have a project called the Lesotho Botswana Water Transfer, where we are going to be transferring water to Botswana, but building about 700 kilometers of pipes within South Africa. So we need to collaborate both with South Africa, Namibia, the Commission itself. Because what we're going to be doing is we'll be building the dams in Lesotho and the hydropower station, which goes with the dams. And then we'll be building the power lines in the conveyance system in South Africa. But as it goes through to Botswana, we have to now give water to the South African towns that need water and the businesses until we get to Botswana. Now, what we are doing now is to check the financing model, how we are going to finance, because it becomes a very complicated financing model, and the legal instruments to actually make sure that these things are undertaken, and also the feasibility studies for the dams and the conveyance system. So I've been saying maybe our region should be taken as a case study because it's actually happening.
Can I just add something? I mean, I think there's also an intersect around what companies are doing around the just energy transition. So, for example, we at Anglo American, we work with an NGO called Impact Africa, and also another one called Edge Growth. And this is really around recognizing that, at the community level, right, the energy transition is likely to impact communities, particularly as we transition from fossil fuel to the green economy. There's a recognition that there's a lot of impact funding that's available, but it's about how you connect the funding with the projects, and obviously at the small scale level. So I think from a diaspora perspective, I'm sure that in the US, in Jamaica and all that, there are entrepreneurs who are potential impact funders. So it's really about how do you engage, and participate there from that perspective as an example, in addition to the education as well, as the Honorable Minister has also mentioned.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think now it's 12:54. Clearly, it is great in here, and we all are fired up. You can tell by the amount of hands that are coming up. And I think for the panelists, I know you've got other meetings to go to. And we also have our President, Cyril Ramaphosa, who's going to be the first African head of state to actually address the attendees at the Congress Hall, historical, of course, for Africa, as South Africa hosts the G20. So we have to rush there to ensure that we support our president, and of course, happy to share with all of you around the outcome of that session. Of course, I have to say that as the Brand SA chairperson. Now, let me say thank you to my esteemed panelists, and just to allow the minister to give us just a few remarks as we close, Ndate, and rush into our next meeting. Really appreciate your time. Is your mic fine? Yeah, you can take us through just.
Thank you very much. I think without wasting time, because we are really over time.
Yes,
it's just a matter of giving a vote of thanks to the organizers. This has been quite a remarkable event. For me, it has been an eye opener. I hope we could have access to such events back home. Because I mean, the cost of coming here are quite prohibitive.
Yes.
So, but in any case, no, thank you very much to the organizers and all the panelists. And thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this afternoon's session on funding Africa's infrastructure, hosted by the African Finance Corporation. My name is Tarisai Garande, and I am the Managing Director of Cultivate Ventures, based out of San Francisco. So I just wanted to start off by setting the stage. So when we talk about development and investment in Africa, infrastructure often takes center stage, and we talked about this a little bit in the back. So the initial reaction is always focused on the lack of infrastructure to support full-scale development. And then from my own experience of discussing with investors in Silicon Valley, I know that's not always the North Star. The sentiment is echoed globally. So we know that Africa faces an infrastructure gap of between $130 to $170 billion annually. And this spans critical sectors such as transportation, energy, water, and sanitation. However, on the flip side, these challenges also present immense opportunities, not just for Africa, but for the world. Because infrastructure investment has the potential not only to drive economic expansion, elevate living standards, but also to accelerate regional integration. So whilst we all have a clear understanding of what the challenges are today, I'd like us to focus and shift to talking about the potential. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce this esteemed panel. When I was sitting in the back with the team, I felt like I was the least engaged and global person on this panel. So I'm going to just quickly run through and introduce who the panel is, and then I'll give them just a brief moment to talk a little bit about themselves and also introduce their work, and then we will delve into the discussion. I will try my best to make sure that we have time for panel, questions from the audience, because that's always where the interesting conversation is. So I will start off with the Honourable Minister of Industry and SMEs, Minister Louis Watum, representing the DRC. We also have Elzine Gawarab Mushambi. She's the director of EOS Capital. We also have Banji Fehintola, Executive Director for Financial Services and Board Member of the AFC. Again, thank you for sponsoring. Collins Nzweke is a Managing Partner of Lex Consulting. And finally, Tommy Davis, can't quite see you, but I know you're there, Co-Founder and President of ABAN. So, Honourable Minister, if I may start with you.
Thank you. I've been told we don't have much time, so I can't talk to you about good music and good, good beer that you find in DRC and how beautiful girls are. It's just, there's no time for that. So, but we do produce a lot of copper as well. We work as well in DRC, right? So as an introduction, all I can say when it comes to infrastructure, it requires money, right? But I think it takes two to tango. Yeah, sure. the government has a role to play. You cannot attract money if you don't show good governance, if you don't show serious commitment towards fighting corruption. There's no way you're going to attract money. It doesn't matter how much mineral endowment you have, how beautiful you are. I think many government heads have understood that, and they started taking steps. In the case of the DRC, for instance, for those of you who follow the news, I think it's just a few weeks ago, we signed with IMF a $2.8 billion package. This is in recognition of the efforts being done. They can see discipline in public spending. They can see fight against corruption. They can see it happening. Yes, it's still work in progress. There's still a lot to do, but it is what it is. So government has to do what he has to do. But it's more on the investor side that I need to say a few words, if I may. First of all, investors need to get away from perceptions. Sometimes we are painting Africa as a place, like I don't go there. No, I think it's just perceptions. If you do your homework, meaning that you understand the regulatory framework, you understand the real cost of doing business, you take time to understand how things work in that country. And of course, you build up a business model that is robust enough to absorb all the costs and still leave you with a margin because you're there to make money. And finally, you get the right local team on board. I promise you, returns are phenomenal, far beyond your wildest dreams. And I'm not talking about that from books. I'm talking from my own experience. I built 3 mega mines totaling over $20 billion. Each one of them was a mega success, far beyond the wildest dreams of the shareholders. Why? Because we put away perceptions. We rolled up our sleeves. We say, let's go understand what this thing is all about. And we got it right. Not once, not twice, 3 times. And 4th time we'll get it right again. I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much for having me. And I love seeing the female representation in the infrastructure space. But really sort of spent the last 20 years on the continent in financial services and oil and gas. But most recently been intimately involved in leading our family office that really deploys capital in infrastructure. And to just sort of second what our honorable has said, we're sitting on one of our infrastructure funds at 41% returns, right? We're not seeing those numbers in Europe, but we're seeing those 41% net returns. So super happy to have this conversation, and I'm sure we're going to get into it a little bit later.
Hi. Just to take a cue from what the Honorable Minister said, like, it's not just the government work, it's basically PPP, public-private partnership, right? So if government is trying to, get money from World Bank or IFC and trying to, do some infrastructural development. If we don't have the private sector to partner with government, sometimes we're failing, right? So if we have the private sector who is willing to either come in as a BOT or take an equity in that, it gives everybody, ownership spirit that we are coming to do this together and we're doing it to achieve. And the private sector people are doing it to make profit. So that having that in mind would also, increase infrastructural development in Africa. I think that's a way to go about that.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to know that we're sponsoring this. I don't know. I would have eaten the food if I knew I paid for it. Anyway, thank you. Thanks for eating part of our labor. Anyway, I work for Africa Finance Corporation. We're a multilateral development bank, and we operate across Africa. We have 45 African countries that are signatory, including the DRC. And I suspect most people represented here are members of the AFC. We primarily do infrastructure finance. And I think I like the context setting on why infrastructure and why it's important. If you think about the continent with all the young people that we have, I always say to people that, the demographic dividend that we have could either be positive or negative, right? So someone needs to do the hard work of getting the infrastructure in Africa to to work, and lack of infrastructure alone depresses GDP by at least 2 percentage points across Africa. So we need someone needs to do that. And, when the Honorable Minister was talking, he said infrastructure needs money. I think even before the money, infrastructure needs the hard labor, the hard work to put together the transactions. Africa has tons of transactions, but a lot of time we don't spend the time to make them bankable. So that's really where an AFC comes into play. And I hope as we go on today, I probably can share some experiences around how we're making projects bankable and unlocking global capital to do infrastructure investments in Africa. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm the odd man out. My name is Tommy Davis. Everybody calls me TD. And my journey is slightly different because I come from a technology background in the corporate world of the Western world. And it's at the turn of the century I turned to Africa and looked at it and decided that angel investing was an economic development tool that was absent in that equation. Because we looked around and we could only find 5 angel networks across the whole continent, and there were less than 150 members in all of those networks. So we sort of spent the last decade and a half tripsing all over the continent, and we now have something like about 70 networks in over 40 countries, and more importantly, more than 3,000 registered angels who are actively investing in early stage companies in their cities. And that's where our understanding of the infrastructure gap and the infrastructure deficit is coming from. It's informed by those who have that desire to build and are having the challenges, whether it's in policy, whether it's in cross-border capabilities, and other aspects of infrastructure challenge. I'm not going to, roads, bridges, and all of that is known to everybody. We know we need all of those. But there are some underpinnings, especially with the rise of the digital world, okay? Our submarine cabling, for example, okay? Our fiber, across the continent. These are fundamental components of infrastructure that I'm hoping, we can start to take a look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Tony. And there is a place for you because this is very much a diverse panel. So, space for all of us. So, I'd like to kick off the conversation focusing on how we close those barriers, and again, focusing on the opportunities for growth. And specifically, the fact that understanding the scale of the challenge helps us prioritize where to focus efforts because there's a lot to be done. So I'd like to kick off with you, Collins. That 170 billion annual financing gap that I referenced, and yesterday when I was just preparing for this, that number sparked a response from someone I was talking to. But from your point of view, where should Africa focus its effort in the next 5 years to ensure that the greatest progress is in addressing that infrastructure deficit?
Me? Yes. Yeah? Okay, cool. You're looking at someone else. So what I would say on this is where will Africa focus? We can focus on a lot of things, right? We can't pinpoint and say, okay, this is kind of infrastructure we're going to be doing. This is what we're going to be doing. But every country has what they want to focus on. Some countries are saying energy. Some countries are trying to focus on developing the mineral resources. I met someone from Zimbabwe or Zambia. He said he's tired. He's the chief managing director for Zimbabwe Investment Commission. He's tired of having big companies come to the country, just mine the resources and just go. They want the countries, and they're looking for partners, because I work with these countries, right? They're looking for partnerships where the companies can come to their country. They do the whole 360 arrangement. You come here, you mine our resources, you refine our resources here, you sell it here, you create job, you're creating infrastructure projects. Let's say you're coming to mine lithium, right? You're not just mining the raw materials and taking it to somewhere in China or somewhere in America to start refining it and building a whole industry for lithium in America. No, build the industry. So I think what we should focus on now is basically building the whole infrastructure, partnering with private sectors, like I always say, because you can't let government do it alone, because sometimes they are not at risk. Let's just be honest. Our leaders sometimes, it's I don't want to mention countries, but every 4 years, leaders go, another leader come, and they all start afresh. But if you have, private partnership, public-private partnership industries come together, there's risk, right? If a bank is partnering with Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment to build an infrastructure, they're not going to let it die. It's going to keep going. Okay, we're going to take this project for 30 years and we'll transfer it back to the government, right? After we have made our money. So that way you see a lot of infrastructure grow and be long-term. So I think that's where we should focus. If we focus that way, we'll be able to, meet that deficit gap.
Yeah, and I think that segues into putting it back to a government representative, Minister Watim. And specifically, one of the things I really wanted to be able to hear from you are any specific examples that you could share from the government of the DRC's perspective. And I know that you can't, again, I think you are highlighting the challenge of where do you kind of focus on, because it's very country specific. Sometimes this is one of the challenges of talking about African development under the name of Africa, but it's 54 very different countries. So I would love to hear some of the examples from the DRC.
Yeah, I think in terms of areas to focus on, I'll think, and I'm sure we'll agree all in this room, that education, we have to take it seriously. I mean, Africa is a young population. You take DRC, for instance, 100 million people, mean age 70 years. They're very young. So 60 to 70% of the population, they're all very, very young. We got to invest in human capital. They need to understand that today you can't do without technology, without AI, without all these digital revolution we keep talking about. It must be real. Financial education, you want to go to entrepreneurship. How do we capacitate you? How do we train you? How do we make you to become efficient in your field? I think education is very important. After that, it can become very much country specific. In a country like DRC, because it has a mineral endowment second to none on this planet, I think you got to understand it's an economic advantage. You got to capitalize on it. But you're not going to talk about critical minerals, about lithium, about cobalt, about copper, and all that if you don't go fund them. Ask a little child today in big Western city, where do we get milk? You tell you milk comes from a fridge. No, it doesn't come from a fridge. It comes from a cow, and the cow is found in a farm. And in the farm, it stinks, it smells, and it's hard work for that milk to get in the fridge. So for us to get all these metals, someone has to do greenfield exploration, they have to spend real money, go fund it. If you don't, let me tell you, for the next 30 years to come, humanity will need to consume as much copper as humanity has used since its start on this earth until now. That's massive. So there's a huge deficit coming. We have to go fund that. It's going to cost money. Today, the world budget for greenfield exploration is around $13-15 billion per annum. Africa, which is home to close to 60% of the world minerals, attract less than 3% of that money. We got to get back to the fundamentals here and understand that it's a priority. And after that, energy. Without energy, you don't do much, but frankly, you can keep dreaming. And again, DRC is a country blessed with a hydro potential of such a level like Inga Dam can power the whole of Africa from Cape to Cairo, including Middle East and some Mediterranean countries. Again, it cannot remain cheap talk. So finally, I'll say that to most of African countries, we need less talk and more doing, because everything is there. You might just do it. What we've done is building big mines. I was lucky enough to be part of most of the big mines we built. We built for Barrick today a gold mine which is first in Africa and one of the 10 biggest in the world. Kamoa in copper we built that is today the second or third big one in the world. I mean, it's got enough reserves to mine until the second coming of Christ. I promise you, when Christ comes the second time, he'll tell the boys, time is up, let's go. Let's go. And now we just built the zinc mine, which is the richest in the world. So we're focusing on these things, but it's not enough. Wealth, when you create wealth, I keep telling captains of the industry, we don't do business to make money. You know, money is only a mean to an end. You know, the ultimate end is to create wealth and share it equitably among all stakeholders for more social justice, you know, for current generations and generations to come, and for the glory of God. That's how we do, so that we leave a better world for our children. So these are the few examples I can give from my country. Thank you.
Yeah, no. I thank you for that. Yeah, and we will come back to the topic of equity, sustainability. We were just kind of sharing some notes in the back. That's going to be a very interesting one to finish off with. But going back to the whole financing discussion, I was really curious to hear from you, given that you represent an international family office, I believe has representation in Switzerland and Southern Africa as well. Can you talk a little bit about how Africa can attract global investors whilst either leveraging local capital? I really was impressed to hear some of the data that you shared around the returns.
Yeah, I mean, really, when we look at sort of the continent, I think maybe my first disclaimer is money goes where it gets the best returns, right? Right now, we're facing this challenge in Africa where the cost of capital is just too high. I mean, you know, we're looking at sort of debt facilities on the continent, between 6 and 16%, right? Your interest rates. Whereas your facilities in Europe are looking at sort of your 2% mark. So really when we're looking at unlocking or unleashing sort of financing on the continent, there are some things that we need to get right first. And this is really sort of whether it's on our side or whether it's on the European side, we can debate about it. So I don't want to be very controversial on the topic today, on the panel, but I think that the risk perception of Africa needs to be relooked and reframed from the Western space. We are doing the right thing. I think the Honorable has very much alluded to, we are strengthening our fiscals. We are putting in the right sort of policies in place. But we seem to be having this blanket opinion of what Africa looks like. And that's really something that we need to sort of step away from. Specifically for us, financing sort of as a large private sector financier of infrastructure on the continent, unfortunately, we're always going to go where money is going to be returned for us. And I mean, maybe just to go back sort of to where we would target, I think one of the big things right now is, you know, we've got 600 million Africans sitting without electricity. So I think one of the biggest sectors that we need to focus on is energy transition and sort of the mechanisms of what energy looks like. For the country, we also have about 420 million people in Africa sitting without access to water. So those are critical infrastructural gaps, right? And we know that if we don't have electricity and water, we're unable to grow our economies in the way that we're supposed to. So sort of a long way to tell you how we go about it, but it's really, the financing for me is very much linked to the risk perception. Especially if we're providing sort of private capital on our own side. But then, of course, infrastructure projects takes a lot of money. So we do need some kind of blended financing models, right? And there needs to be this attractiveness for private sector as well as government coming in. So we're very much a fan of blended models where we're looking at DFIs, we're looking at family office, private equity, but we're also looking at what governments can bring in. But I don't believe that the role of government can shoulder this wheel alone. It's impossible.
Absolutely. And this is why we need the likes of Benji with AFC to kind of help fill in those gaps. So Benji, if you could maybe share a little bit about some of the structural reforms that are key to attracting that private investment and any other key examples you may want to share as to what the AFC is doing.
Yeah, so I think you've touched on some of them. The issue of governance is extremely important, right? So And even for AFC, we don't want to lose money, right? We only invest where we think the investment climate makes sense. And 54 countries competing for investments, you just have to get it right. If you don't get it right, unfortunately, money always goes to where it will get the best return. And even beyond return, the possibility of it even coming back is more important than the return. You first need to get your money back before you talk of return, right? So I think every country needs to think about, how do I attract investment into the country? And, the PPP model is extremely important. For us, we believe governments should focus on what they do best. I love education. I think government will play there. They will do quite well educating the population. All the social infrastructure, government should focus on those and do them well. And the other areas where we can potentially see the private sector coming in, we need to create a framework to attract the private sector into that, be that in energy, mining, et cetera, et cetera. And, for us, it's important because we're dealing with many countries, right? We have invested in 36 countries. We're currently developing the Lobito rail, which is potentially the biggest piece of infrastructure that will come out of Africa for a long time, connecting Angola, DRC, Zambia, and if Tanzania comes in, connects Tanzania and effectively connects the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean by rail, unlocking significant amount of investments in the critical mineral space, et cetera, et cetera. So I think when you look at that, and a piece of infrastructure that cuts across many countries, just even getting the concession agreement signed is a nightmare, right? To even get people to talk. We know the problems, and I love what you say, let's do. We talk, but when it comes to do, we are struggling to do. So I think those are the important points that we have to think about, and we need to find ways to make sure that things happen on the continent as quickly as possible.
No, thank you for that. And part of the challenge that I set for the panelists is that before we all depart, we'd love to kind of hear some of their wisdom around how we can move towards action. So I'm looking forward to hearing what they're going to be sharing. Tommy, when we were in the back, you shared some of the work you're doing around angel investment in Africa, and I think for a lot of us, we don't always think that it is a place for angel investing in Africa and its role in addressing this challenge. So, can you speak a little bit, just briefly, around some of the work that you're doing on the continent?
Yeah, I'd sort of like to set it within a context, and that context is digital inclusion, because I think it's fundamental to our discussion on infrastructure, okay? Because we talked, the honorable ministers talked about our youthful population. There is no way we are going to get those youth. In Nigeria, we've got 5 million of them arriving every year? Just put that in your head, 5 million new kids every year. Where are you going to get the teachers? And the story I want to share is I have a 7-year-old grandson, and I was shocked when I got home 2 weeks ago. He was having a conversation with ChatGPT, and I says, you can't use that. He says, no. Gramps, he calls me Gramps. Gramps, guess what? It teaches me better than the teacher in school. It explains it better than my school teacher. And I learn more. And guess what? He's top of the class. Now, that's sort of what's happening to Western kids. On the other hand, for the last 12 years, I've run a nonprofit called Laptops for Learning, which came out of the One Laptop Per Child program that we tried to do in Nigeria and failed, and then went to Rwanda. Okay. And we've managed to get about 4,000 kids who otherwise would not have seen a screen. Why? Because their parents are drivers, house help, street cleaners, people who have zero access. And that's why it's important, because talent is evenly distributed. Opportunities are not. We've got a youthful population. And Honorable Minister, God bless you. Education is number one priority. Everything else we're talking about is going to pale into insignificance if we do not have the human capital to execute the financial capital we're deploying. I trust that helps.
No, it really does. And this is why I love what the Africa House is doing, because all these conversations are interconnected. I wish there was a way we could all have them all on the same day, on the same panel. But yesterday, there was heavy focus on education. But I love to just hear that reiteration that without education, we're not going to get as far. So again, I'm mindful that we need to exit this room. But again, I'm going to turn to the panelist for the little challenge that we said earlier, which is if there's maybe perhaps just one key thing that you would like to perhaps share with the audience in terms of kind of the next 5 years, what the priorities should be. Because as I mentioned, I think it's always good to share that wisdom in terms of food for thought. And again, back to what the Honorable Minister mentioned, how do we move from just talk, but to meaningful action? So just very quick run through, and then we'll
I'll really come from a more philosophical point of view here for the next 5 years. I think there's a certain mindset that leads to development, and Africa needs to understand that. And I've traveled around the world like all my fellow panelists here. We've seen countries moving ahead and countries moving backwards. And I tell you, country moving ahead have at least 4 things in common that Africa needs to understand. The first is love your country. You gotta love it. Work for it. Pray for it. And the second thing is integrity. Integrity is doing the right thing when no one sees you, by the way. That's what it means. When you go to sleep at night, there's this voice talking to you, tells you, go fix it tomorrow morning. Just fix it. Don't wait for the next audit because you're running the books of the company. Just fix it. Don't get corrupt and don't corrupt. So first is love your country. Second is integrity. Third is pragmatism. Completing the job you are assigned to do. They don't come with lame excuses. Because in those countries, when you come with lame excuses, they listen to you because they are polite. And then next thing they do, they get someone else. You fired. Simply. You fired. And then the last thing is meritocracy. Let's put the right people at the right place, especially the leaders. You cannot take your fridge, go have it fixed by a shoe, someone who fixes shoes, because it's from your church or from your political party or from a village. Well, the fridge is not going to be fixed. Let me tell you. So why take the state fridge and go take it to a shoe guy to fix it? It's not going to happen. So these 4 things, I want African youth to grow and live with this mindset, and then work and work again, because there's nothing else than work that's going to take us ahead.
Right. I think sort of for me, we've got 2 things. I mean, as a financier, we're looking at what we really need over the next 5 years is this political stability across the continent, right? And the reason I say that is because once we have sort of change in governments, KPIs change, infrastructure deployments and capital changes. And so for a financier, we need stability, because I think we all know infrastructure assets take 2 to 10 years often to get off the ground. And so once you have sort of governmental changes and then, the winds change, your infrastructure assets really sort of are at jeopardy. So we really need that stability across the continent. And then another thing I think we really need to do is project preparation and the capabilities to really take care of that. In Southern Africa, and I think we can see that. So, I mean, across Southern Africa, a lot of governments have this capital pool available under their project preparation funds. And I think penetration rates are sitting below 10%, specifically in Southern Africa. So there is money to tap into, but we're seeing only 3 to 5% of infrastructure assets actually move through to financial close. And, the reasons behind that are education. Firstly, we don't have the capacity and skills on the continent. We don't have the financing in the right terms. But I think if we could get those 2 things right, we'd really sort of look at, one of the best infrastructurals on the continent. That's all. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, for me, for us to have successful infrastructural development in Africa for the next 5 years, I think I will buttress to what the Honorable Minister said, meritocracy. We need to give the job to people who are worth it, who can do it. You don't give people a job because they're from your party or I always use Nigeria as an example. When Obasanjo was the president, he didn't care who he was working with. He didn't care who was in his party. He went out there to pick the right people. He picked the people like Okonjo-Iweala. He picked the people like God rest her soul, Akunyili. Like, we had so much infrastructural development during this time, and we've been owning the Paris Club, and Okonjo-Iweala was able to settle that. Meritocracy needs to stop. We need to use the right people, the people that knows how to do the job. Also, integrity within the government, right? We should start a job and make sure that we finish the job, right? Even if we sign a deal with someone and the next person leaves, make sure you stay to your own bargain and make sure that job gets completed. Also, I keep saying private sector should also take an ownership spirit, get involved in this infrastructural development and see it through, because it's profit for them at the end of the day. So yeah, that's the only way we can achieve that.
Yeah, so for me, I think people have said a lot. So I'll just add two things. One, we need to have a solutions mindset. It's extremely important. We talk about the problem. In fact, if you meet an average African, and I've been on, God knows, hundreds of panels, we talk very well. We're very good about the problems. But getting your hands dirty to fix it is where I think people struggle. So I think a solutions mindset becomes extremely important. And secondly, I think as Africans, we also need to tell ourselves the truth. And the truth is bitter, right? The truth is no one owes us. Sometimes we feel that people owe us. Our development, the outside world, the West owes you something. And as a result of that, we go with our begging bowls, looking for aid, we need to change our mindset. There's over $2 trillion of capital, institutional capital on the continent itself. What is it doing? What are we doing with that capital? I tell people that we take a lot of our monies, take it to New York. And in my previous job as treasurer, I'll go to New York and go and beg the asset managers for the same money. And they charge me the Africa risk premium to give me back my money. It makes no sense. So we need to take our destiny into our hands. AFC, for example, was until 2 years ago 100% funded by African capital. 100%, well, $14 billion funded by African capital. The only non-African investor in AFC today is the Turkish government, right, who invested in 2023. So this is Africans taking their own destiny into their hands. And if there's anything I want you to take out of here, the solution to Africa's problem is right here. And we have to take our destinies into our own hand. Thank you.
Okay. And Tommy, a quick one. I think we've got the next delegation, and then.
I'm just going to echo what they've said, but I'm going to add one small fact, okay, that we need to factor in, and that's the diaspora. The African diaspora remits $90 billion every year into Africa. Okay, we need to structure that effectively. Okay, and position it for that. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, and hopefully we can continue the conversation outside. But thank you.
Sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have, for a few minutes, Mr. Samaila Zubaru, President and CEO of Africa Finance Corporation, who has another meeting now with the President, but he accepted to say a few words since Africa Finance Corporation is also our sponsor. He was about to go, so I held him back, right? So a round of applause for Mr. Zubaru.
So good afternoon, all. We thank you for coming to this session and for engaging on all the subjects that we've discussed. I just wanted to say hello to you and thank you for putting Africa first. And let's find ways to make Africa first always. Let's find ways to, I would say, seize the moment, because there are several reasons why we're here today, but all that is history. What's important is what are we doing from now going forward, and I think that's what we should focus on. There's just so much to talk and so much to cover, but the timing is just not good for me. So just to say thank you, and for us to always make Africa first, and for us to seize the moment, to make great things happen for Africa. Thank you.
If I may say a few words about him, because he's very, very humble, and a round of applause. So I've had the chance to meet this gentleman almost more than 20 years ago, right? And at the time, he was cherishing a dream, which was building the second largest cement plant in the world. Nobody believed him. He was working with a man that you might have heard about, which is called Aliko Dangote. He was CFO for Aliko Dangote at the time. And at the time, Africa was absolutely not sexy at all. Right. And he had that ambition to take the continent forward and believed. And we worked together. I was in investment bank then to really structure the most advanced project at the time. Right. And when nobody believed, we ultimately led all the leading financial institutions in the world to back a project that is out of this world in Nigeria, that ultimately led to generating like more than $1 billion free cash flow afterwards. And without that, Africa would not be on the map, because that was the first ever project of this magnitude. And he continued developing the continent, not sleeping, working all the time. And I barely can reach him now that he's president and CEO of AFC. You see, like we should also have 30 minutes with him. Now all the presidents want to talk to him because he carries the torch for us. It carries the torch because we need infrastructure, we need those financing, very innovative in all the structuring, etc. And also an early believer in tokenization, which is so a very advanced on his time. I want to really thank you. Thank you for supporting Africa House. You've always been supportive. You've been a constant supporter, and thank you for believing in the motherland and for serving the continent. Thank you so much. Maybe you want to say how much volume you did last year?
That's for Banji.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, everyone.
Lovely to meet you.